Hey, what up, boys? How's it going? How are we doing, ladies and gentlemen? I heard there was a wonderful SCL I should look through. Blues. I see what you say. I had a serious issue with that. I had to write to support. Because back in the day, I had also the same system. And I had to write to support. Like, do a lot of, like, ID verification, and only then they removed it, and I did a new one with an actual code, not tied to the telephone number. Yeah. Do not watch the stream. Why? I thought it was like pure gold. Like there's like I heard it's like rage inducing. It's stupidity, but that's what I need, bro. Oh my god, that's what I live for. That's what I live for. I will get a heart attack while laughing. I think that's what's gonna happen. All right, we're gonna watch it. I've heard different things. We're gonna watch it. It's like I heard it's like excuses upon excuses upon saying that nothing works. On top of that, saying because they work on Squadron 42. Oh my god, love it. I'm on a death spiral right now, so I think it's gonna do. I already love to see that. All right, guys. All right, boys. Welcome in. How are you all doing? I bet you I'm gonna smoke the entire pack while watching it. Okay. Get out your popcorn, boys. It's time. There we go. Scam community and leave, yeah. Wait, where is it? It's not on YouTube? No? It's on Twitch only? They decided not to put this one on YouTube?
We always predict, that's why some...
Oh wait, it's still live? No way, it's still live.
But it's actually an issue.
I'm not gonna. Okay, we need. Do we have a ability to rewind it? Do they know this was a thing?
I'm gonna go get the guys. All right.
I think they don't know it's a thing.
If people like don't know what's going on, just.
Ah, no, they know. Okay. Were they late or something? What's going on? Give me a second, I have to shut up the music from the launcher. Take words.
See, what's really amazing is the
Just a roll of gaffer tape over here.
What is this? New format?
it's not game critical.
Well, no, see, you think it's there, but I think it's over here.
Right. For you, it's here. For me, it's here.
It's not game critical though, is it? As long as it hydrates you. Thank you.
Yeah.
See, what's really amazing is the
I know.
yeah.
The shader effect on this water is great.
Yeah.
It's even
I wonder if this one also stays if I turn it upside down.
Hold on. Jared, I'm muted, mate. Am I? Hello.
No, just I'm ready.
Gosh, it's just okay. It's very.
It's just like that hoodie used to be black.
I'm not legendary. Nor am I CryEngine dev. Well, I guess I was when I started out, when we still took. Now it's Star Engine.
Star Engine did.
Yeah.
But you're not. You weren't legendary before.
What is this?
Not legendary. Nor now.
Just for Men. No, I tried that on my on this one time, like 6 years ago. Actually, there's been 2 times. There's been 2 times in my life I've tried Just for Men, just on the beard. I tried it and I didn't last an hour either time. I was just so freaked out by it. I just shaved my entire face. Like half the time, people are like, "Oh, Jared shaved." It's like, yeah, well, that's because I tried Just for Men like a couple hours ago. I guess it's Roast Jared Day. Oh yeah, I don't think we need a special day for that.
It's Rose Jared Day every day.
All right.
Why did they do this format? What happened?
Okay.
Like, why did they change the table and all that shit?
We'll get started here in a
They feel like all these emotions. It feels like they're gonna announce that Star Citizen CAG is closing. You know.
few minutes, guys.
Yeah.
We're just making sure everything is through what we were going to do, what the show was going to be, and we had an idea of what the show was going to be. And then, while we were sitting there just chatting through it, I'm like, you know what? I don't want to do that show anymore. I want to do a different show. So I called down to my guys and I'm like, hey, you know that table that's in the game room? This is one of those like gamer tables where it folds out and you can play like Dungeons and Dragons or something like this. You know what? It's like I don't want to do I don't want to do the normal setup.
Yeah.
I don't want to do it. It's just, let's just kind of dispense with the BS, stuff around there. No screen, no whatever. Maybe it's, I don't think anybody will really care, but
Bro, this is already so depressive.
I don't think anybody's like, oh, I wasn't gonna believe them because the LED wall was on.
Oh, yeah,
But now that the LED wall's off, I find
We
them
should
much
turn
more
it on at the
believable.
end just for.
Is he trying to play into the narrative that everyone is so tired of their like bullshit, I wonder, and he's trying to like pretend and like play and go on that narrative and appeal to those people? Oh, those screens, like everything is fake, where's the game? So they're like turning off everything.
Turn my drink around. I almost just had an accident.
You that Perrier.
Can we, this camera here, can we shift it a bit more that way? We just got dead space. We have dead space on that side of Jens and no.
Look
yeah,
at
it's
him
on
talking
Jens.
about the dead
Yeah.
space in the screen.
Yeah. Sorry. There we go. Yeah.
If I was more legendary.
Let's
I
just
would
try
go
to
this
even
way.
the.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Be like-
problem. That's how you know.
Yeah.
Small thing.
Does he know we have like 90% of the game is a dead space? Is he aware of that? I wish he fixed that.
When you had
Big
long
con.
hair,
Oh yeah. Wow. Those were the days.
back in the days when you were a punk rock band fan or guitar player, I don't know.
Bass.
Shit, I guess right.
A what?
That Jens was in a punk band.
Oh, of course. Of course, Jens was in a punk band.
What was the name?
We never made it out. No
Enthusiasm.
skill.
Brother, what is this?
Let me just check one more thing.
It's like the art team. Oh yeah. Absolutely take the lanyard off.
Oh, they get coasters. How do I perform a reset of both instead of having point? Okay. You just bye, everybody. Look, at this point, I had this idea of what this show was going to be and whatnot. You and I, we've been doing this every quarter for the last, but yesterday, I've got you. We're live.
So we, with this 4.8 release and the way we've been doing patches this year, we have 2 streams when we work off from the working set. We have a base stream that we use for the base release, so 4.0, and we have a hotfix stream where we bring all the continuous changes along. So there was an attempt at bug fixing something on the Idris that was actually creating some performance issue somewhere else that was checked into that stream. Nobody saw it, and it went through. So we've been on the hotfix stream now for 4.8.1, now going to 4.8.2. In 4.8.2, we went back to the base stream, which are supposed to be at parity at this point, except additional content, because we've...
Supposed to be at parity. I want to comment on that quickly. Yeah. For the past 5 years, or like, okay, not 5 years, like probably like 2-3 years, I've been saying that they're unable to properly version check whenever they do fixes mid big patches to apply those fixes to the build. So what he's saying, apparently that's still going on. They haven't figured out a way when they fix a bug, they put it into the build, into the main branch. It's crazy.
We've added additional content in the patch. That change was included. And so what's supposed to be a routine update became a massive, wide sprawling issue because basically the Idris was no longer compatible with its persisted copy. And so what that would do is players have in their ASOP terminal.
Mm-hmm.
They have a version of the address that's from 481. This change, which was not supposed to be in the stream at all, gets in there. And so now the game server is expecting another shape for this. The game server has a series of checks and balances for this, but he's the last banker in the chain.
Mm-hmm.
And so for him, if the schema is incompatible, he's like, there's data corruption risk, I'm out. And so
Who's he in this analogy?
he's the game server,
Okay.
basically, right? So the game server is trying to spawn the address wherever it is, right? So that's called the async spawn chain. And so as he's trying to resolve the object containers for this and to materialize the ship in game, he comes around an incompatibility, and then there's a hard check for this, because if we let those through, if we disarm this check, for example, then the game server might corrupt ships or might be twisting data, and then we would go wider than that. And so the game server would crash. So
there's all this. So there's all this stuff that we have to work on and fix.
Yeah.
There's all this stuff that we are working on and fixing. And yesterday, in a patch that was just supposed to add, the two new, GATAC ships and some hot fixes to some of the more persistent
bring back
issues.
the Hotfixes from the Hotfix branch and
A-
move forward.
Completely unrelated check-in to the Idris
Yes,
somehow made it through validation or missed validation.
correct.
It's like this, got in, and now the server, which is still built, the persistence records, which are still built on 481,
Yes.
and expecting a 481 version of the ship.
Also 480 because
480.
they're compatible.
Really? Okay. So it's expecting a 480 version of the ship, got a 482 version of the ship without knowing that there was supposed to be a difference, and just went, all right, I'm gonna head out.
That's right.
You did the SpongeBob meme.
Yeah, and so every time an Idris would be attempted to spawn, that server in that region would crash, and then restart, and then try to load the Idris again, and then crash again. And so as players were unstowing more Idrises and more shards, more servers got affected, until you reach a point where now the ops team is in the background, and they're like lighting all the fires, like the Rohan,
Yeah, you were
calling the Rohan.
I saw you online at like 3:30 this morning.
Yeah. And so we're looking at this, and basically we start cordoning off shards, because at the beginning we're not sure what the issue is. So we start cordoning off shards, and what happens in this case is like the more shards are getting offline, the less capacity we have for players that are either entering the game or shard hopping. We have a lot of people shard hopping, and so what happens is they hit the dreaded 60,012 error, which means, hey, there's no capacity in your zone. There is capacity, but we've had to restrict it in the meantime. And so we took a hard decision later
That's
in
crazy.
the night to prevent players from spawning Idrises temporarily, just to kind of stop breaking other shards. We brought more shards online to keep that playing. And then we basically went through and manually rectified. That's what we call percussive maintenance. When you see that in the status, it means we went in and we did a drastic measure to basically fix the addresses that were either spawned in shards or still left in inventories to make sure that they had the proper schema. And so now we know that all the addresses are fine. We've lifted that temporary stoppage for that ship. And so now we're back. That's what happened.
Completely out of left field. Absolutely unrelated to all the stuff that we're working on, the stuff that the patch was supposed to be and whatnot. This is...
Well, it's killing the game. No, not really. I mean, it could happen technically with any ship. It's just crazy how after over a decade of development and after $1 billion given to this company, they still are prone to basic build version validation checks where shit goes like in where it's not supposed to go.
This is a cabaret trays being spawned by some subcomponent in the Idris cargo room.
And it's not even anything specific. In this case, it's the address, but it's not because it's a capital ship or anything. It's just
No, it could have been any in that case. So normally there's a check-in discipline that we apply, especially this year, because we have a different publishing model this year. And so ships that have been distributed already in a given major, minor patch cannot be modified. Now, for some reason, this check-in passed all the validation check and ended up in the build.
We're gonna get to the show proper, guys, with what happened last night and Benoit up until all hours of the night. To say this is frustrating is
Understatement.
an understatement. I'm gonna give you some time. We're gonna get into the show proper, and then I'm gonna come back at some point about why is this happening and whatnot. It's if I've got you here, I've got you guys here. We have to get into it. We have to get into it.
Absolutely.
But yeah, let's go ahead and get started. Let's go ahead and get started with the show. Hi, everybody. It's a very weird start to the show. I'm Jared. The content director for Cloud Imperium Games, Proper Space Industries, and the host of Star Citizen Live, which is the show that you're watching right now. Approximately every quarter for the last year and a half, we have a show where we have a scheduled show where we have our chief technical.
Your pick.
I'm way off the whole script today.
Yeah.
The chief technical officer, Benoit, on the show to discuss what is essentially the current technical state of the game. Now, I want to be real clear. This is about the technical state of the game. Design issues or content issues or whatnot, not the realm of the people that we have on today. Joining us on the show today, because we kept threatening to do it, and we wanted him last time and whatnot, and it's like he made the mistake of promising, I'll be on the next one, is our director of programming, gameplay programming, gameplay engineering, gameplay programming, Jens.
Both of them.
Both at the moment. And we're here to talk about 4.8, 4.8.1, 4.8.2, like this, the current technical state of the game. Now, 4.8 at this point went out about 4 weeks ago.
Yeah.
About 4 weeks ago. There was a lot of really great stuff. Before we just had a couple unscripted minutes about some bad stuff, and we're going to get to more challenging stuff in a minute. Let's talk a little bit about how 4.8 did. I saw there was a lot of commentary online that 4.8 was as bad as 3.18 and whatnot. We don't need to rehash 3.18 whatnot. Most people watching the show knows 3.18 at this point. Was it really as bad as 3.18?
No. No, it wasn't.
Talking about how,
It wasn't.
What's your...
It was bad, but not as
your,
3.18.
Your take on how 4.8 went?
Well, for me, if I take from the machine room side of things, we've been firefighting since we launched 4.8. I mean, from a whole slew of different issues. Some of them are to be expected when we launch a patch that has this many amount of core changes. Like 4.8 has, we've touched on systems that are really central to the traversal again. So we're talking about the entitlement system, which has not changed in years at this point, and we've completely overhauled the entitlement system in 4.8 to power, in part, the item imprint system, but more importantly, to pull the entitlements out of the patch cycle and persist them across patches. So what we call the LTP layer is not just what you have in your inventory, it's also what you own. Your ships and all of the items that you purchase in game now have an entitlement record that holds the insurance loadouts for it, all of the customization.
This what makes me believe we will keep if it holds the insurance entitlement. I don't know, was it Quartz who said that, or oh no, I think it was Crawbirds. It's like in the PTU. It makes me believe we will actually keep the item quality across the patches, across the bigger patches. That's what I mean. We will see.
that you make out of it, and that's hosted outside the game, not outside the game, but outside the game patch, which means that when we come back from a patch, there's no risk of, oh, I'm not getting my ship back, right? What you see in ASOP in the first patch will be exactly the same data source in the second patch, and so that risk of like losing ships across is completely gone. So we're very happy. In fact, that bit actually went very well in 4.8, even though up to the launch it was, there's always last minute things to look at. But we have been firefighting across a multitude of different issues that were tangential to that. Some of them we can touch on a little bit because I've made some notes to talk about gameplay systems here and why they were affected by some minor infrastructure issues that turned out to be massively contributing to the perception of the patch. So I'll talk a bit about that in a bit, but basically we've been firefighting since 4.8.0. I want to touch on one thing because we just had a one off the cuff moment about the Idris last night, right? But 2 weeks prior to that, we had another downtime patch that needed a lot of rectification. So the people that the teams that run the online group were hard at work on this maintenance, and unfortunately another one of those unwanted check-ins came in during that 4.8.1 cycle.
Yeah, and they had to extend the
in an
downtime,
attempt to
right?
fix the VGL flight suits that was missing hands and feet. Another check-in came in that removed subcomponents of this flight suits, but not just removed them from the flight suit, deleted them from existence from the game, and that's not something that you can do in a minor patch. And so clearly that's two instances in this patch where changes and check-ins should have been validated and prevented and went in, and then after that became an infrastructure problem, because same issue here, if somebody was wearing the VGL flight suit and referred to these entity classes that were actually representing, I think, the nozzle and the front pack of the suit, then the game server would crash. And so we had, again, to do percussive maintenance to remove those items and fix that. And so that highlights to me a massive issue with how we validate check-ins and how we get changes in the game across persistence until we have full forward porting compatibility on the persistence layer, which we don't have at the moment.
But will be a game changer.
Yes.
What's your perspective, Ian? I'm keen. It's
Well, it's live service. You're always running, right? You're always running. Like we're talking about forward patching. If we'd been behind closed doors, you would have done that, right? No one would ever seen the game until you've done that piece of technology. But that's not who we are. We're always running, and that's what makes it really, really exciting to work here as well, right? Because it's very
Exciting for
out
whom?
there all the time. But if I look at this specific case, you're saying like, right, we have checks and we have contracts on what you can and can't do in these substreams that we've already released, where the data management is super, super strict. And obviously now we invalidating them twice in a row, so it's time to look at like how do we really add that extra layer of protection.
Why is this happening?
Oh, I can tell him why this is happening, but I'm not going to start a half an hour rant, okay? I can exactly tell him why this is happening, and it has nothing to do with the skill of the employees or mistakes they do. Nothing to do with that. I can tell him why all of this is happening.
Why? Look, I know. I have to be. I'm allowed a lot of latitude here. I'm allowed a lot of latitude here, and I appreciate it from the people that I work for. But this is really frustrating. Yeah. How is it? I understand.
He probably had to go through like such a level of bureaucracy up to the Chris Roberts himself just to say that sentence. With the marketing team, with like Chris Roberts, oh, can I say that? Because that will resonate a lot with our community. And in the end, they will buy more alien cargo haulers, Raelians.
That, you know, Rich Tyler, our senior game director, went on stage at CitizenCon, you know, 2 years ago and laid out the roadmap to 1.0.
Yeah, the guy who doesn't know what a game loop is, just saying. Well, let's read this very long message, unexpected for Twitch. Creed is saying, I cannot land in a hangar, and after backspacing to get to my hangar in another way, I can't retrieve ships or even get the hangar. I've repaired and verified my game. No, repairing, verifying game never works. Never do it. It's just a waste of time, bro. You only do that if there is a file corruption. Just never do that. It's a waste of time. This live stream of theirs, I watch it all live. It made me so mad after all I've experienced the past 2 weeks that I ask for a full refund. I will only keep a starter ship and buy stuff from UEC in game. I refuse to spend my money on a game that doesn't respect my time. Yeah, I think respecting your time resonates a lot with the community that haven't been completely brainwashed. And the most sad thing about it, it's not only respecting time in regard to like broken state of the game, because that like comes and goes after a patch, right? You might be like frustrated in a moment due to the bad patch state, and it feels like they're not respecting your time. But what frustrates me really is this company not respecting players' time by the game design and game mechanics. That is even more frustrating. And the longer you play, and I played long enough this game, right? I have like, I don't know, 20,000 hours. That, and you've been through good and bad with the game. You've been through all these patches. You know that yes, there is an issues, and then they will fix them, and then it will be better, and then the new issues will come up, and then they're gonna fix them. So that's like up and downs. But I can resonate with that sentence in another way. I think by game design, not by technical design, by game design, CAG just does not respect time of their community and the players. And it's like, it's covered up with a lot of bullshit that they call, at some cases, immersion and whatever. But the entire game is a huge disrespect of players' time, because when players' time is wasted on tedious and useless things that work only once to amaze you when you're a new player, but then you as a player have to go through all of that hundreds, thousands of times, it can partially hide the absence of the actual game, because so much time you spend like disrespecting your own time when you play this game that you absolutely, or at least a lot of players absolutely stop seeing the actual absence of actual game, right? So I can resonate with that comment on a different level, right? My dad and I love this game, but we cannot keep finding workarounds and trying to find other game loops to play just to continue playing a game that just hates us. Obviously they don't, but man, does it fucking seem like it. It's an abusive relationship. Yeah, that's like the common phrase everyone says. I appreciate someone who played longer, put in better words. I'm newer, so I can really say I'm angry. Where my ship?
Alert. New inmate registered. Name, Bersagliere. Clearly, a trained marksman. Welcome to the Klesher Piracy Program, Bersagliere. Please direct all accurate fire away from Space Cutlet's ship. We run a strict policy here. Only our victims are allowed to get hit.
Thank you, Burst. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the prime. Yeah, so while as a newer player, the game can still amaze you by certain things, but the more you play, the more you like. I don't even want to use the word play because like sometimes it doesn't feel like I'm playing, right? The more time you spend with this project, the more you see like how shallow like things are, right? And that's my biggest issue. Creed, dude, thank you so much for 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Thank you, dude.
Attention, inmates. Inmate Creed is Undead has just extended 5 indefinite sentences to the Klesher facility. Welcome to our newest prisoners. Enjoy your complimentary jumpsuit, mandatory labor rotation, and lifetime piracy rehabilitation with Warden Space Cutlet.
Thank you so much, dude. On the topic of refund, I don't know how much money you've spent in the game. And one thing, I don't know how their refund policies work. The only thing I can comment is like they have very strict refund policies. If you there is a limited time you can refund. It also depends on where you exactly live, because their TOS, if it's not compatible with a certain country, you're still technically will be valid for refund, even if the company says you are not. But you will have to go through big hurdles to get it. And warning, I'm not 100% positive, but I'm pretty sure if you will force the refund on them, they might deny you to play the game altogether. You will not be able to refund, but then go, oh, I will just keep my starter ship, right? They will tell you, okay, you want to refund? We don't want to see you in the project. And you legally now you're not allowed to play the game anymore, right? Yeah, if it's a 30-day period, you can just try it. Yes, they are. As I know of certain cases, but those were extreme cases. Those people who got refunded, I'm talking about and I know of, they were extremely annoying to community and to developers. So maybe they did that purely because those people were who they were. I don't know if it's the case with every refund. But yeah, just a warning. If it's a 30-day period, I think you can get the refund quite easily. Yeah. Yeah, but I will not advocate for it or against it. I think it's a decision for just for like everyone, you know, for themselves. Do they want to do it or not? I definitely don't like the practices this company is advocating for many years. And I do the project. I do want the project to be out at some point, but I understand like the frustrations. And I understand the main frustration of the community, that something I was calling out for many, many years, and people like didn't start to. Yo, Stinky, thank you so much for the prime.
Mio är giften är giftiga.
People only now start to understand it en masse, how much that they've been pledging for Star Citizen for all of these years, but how much money is not going for Star Citizen development. And Star Citizen is dragged down by the gravity of this supermassive black hole black hole called Squadron 42, right? So That is why I just stopped giving them any money, like at all. I could get like once in a while like a skin. I can get once in a while like a CCU that will be like super appealing to me, like a Warbond CCU that you pretty much like, you know, pay $5, but you gain like 50 like in a ship value, and then I can use it somewhere for something, right? But yeah. I'm done. I'm done with it. I've spent too much over the years. If I knew where this project would be going, I would have been sitting in a starter ship on my account, and that's it. Unfortunately, they created this corrupt and evil marketing loop that majority of people understand too late how this game is getting developed, right?
And I understand that through 25 and through the first half of 2026, we have made some legitimately ridiculous strides towards making this game actually the MMO it was always trying to be.
This is one of the things that I hate about their self-representation is only they pat themselves on the shoulders, how good they did something, how good the ship is, how much stuff they did, how this, how that. Like, it's like, imagine an artist doing some work, and then he is the only person who says how great the creation is. I just despise this approach. It's so bad. It's like being so much full of yourself. It's crazy. Right. I just thought about that, how much money is going back into the game and how much is going to Squad. Almost all the money go to Squadron 42. By their own words, half of that billion is Squadron 42. In reality, it is more. In reality, it is more. And that's the scariest part. I think realistically, Star Citizen is getting around like 10 to 20% of the money. And it's crazy.
You know, if people who follow this project 2015, 2016, 2017, a lot of you know, the years before, you know, it's very easy. It was very easy to have questions like, where are they going? Like where are they going? Why is this like that? Why is that like that? It's like it's we would often see questions. Has anybody ever played an MMO before? Do they know how to do this? It's like this, and
yeah, I still have this. Why he's saying 2015? I'm asking this question still. Like, does anyone on your design team actually played an MMO? Like, actually have a game experience, actually know what a sandbox means, actually knows what a game loop means? Because it looks like you don't, guys.
There's a reason we made a major pivot. We made a major pivot at the end of 2024. In 2025, we went into this content mode, and we said no new features. No new features. We're going to focus on content while we shore up all these things. And when I was you and me sitting here more than a year ago, it's like this. And in the last year and a half, we have tripled the amount of content that we've put out.
What content, Jared? How does this content relate to all the promises you've given or Chris Roberts given since 2012? Where was the time you decided from creating a sandbox game where people do something and their action matters, where we have like a high risk zones, no insurance zones or minimal insurance zones, the high risk like PvP areas? When was that pivot? Not the one you are talking about, but that pivot from that change what Chris said back in like 13 about the biggest boss is another player and the risks it come with it and the reward that come with it. Where was the pivot where you decided that just selling ships and feeding a stupid PvE content that has no challenge and that isolates one player from another player and never lets them interact in neither friendly or hostile way. When was that pivot? Can you tell me that, Jared? When was the pivot when selling ships by the marketing department became the major goal for this company? Jesus fucking Christ. Yo, Tony, thank you so much, dude, for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Could have been a tier 3, you know?
2024 compared to 2023, 2022, all combined. Like the amount of content we have put out in the last 18 months is amazing. And the people here are working.
You see what it's doing? Amazing by whose judgment? Like, who are you to tell that the content you put out is amazing? Amazing by whose judgment? That what pisses me off.
Their asses off to make it as good as possible. I don't doubt the intentions of any human being here. I don't doubt the dedication of anybody here. We're not here today to apologize for anything. I know that we're all working as hard, except Steve. We're all working as hard as possible. But why does this happen? Why is this happening? I can't sit here and do this job and feel good about my job without asking you outright, why is this happening? If everybody is working
this is so
as hard
scripted,
as I know they are,
brother.
and everybody is working as dedicated as they are, and everybody is as talented.
All he had to do, instead of going to this 5-minute long self-praising dialogue, a monologue, he should have said, can you explain why this is happening? That's all. Like, one sentence. Can you please explain why this keeps happening? Right? It's disgusting. It's just disgusting to the... That's why this guy's banned on my channel. Literally. It's so bad.
As I know they are, why does something like this still happen? Why has it happened twice in the last...
Given how utterly fucked the Ironclad is, I'm trying to work out if I should melt some shit and CC you to the measurement. Ironclad has been fixed. You're late on news. They fixed almost all the issues with our Ironclad. Like, no, they pretty much fixed all the issues with Ironclad. I don't know if random exploding in hangar still happens. And it might, but like that's the only thing. But I think it doesn't happen only to Ironclad. Also, I kind of noticed that when you exit the Ironclad, don't jump off the command module ladder. Don't go out through the ramp. Go down the elevator and just exit through the side door, vaulting across. And usually it doesn't happen. But in general, yeah, I don't even know if that thing still happens. I think it's something to do with a major like ship positioning desync on the server. I don't think it's only the Ironclad issue. It's just the Ironclad tends to explode to that issue. But everything else been fixed. The HPA is fixed. The temperature is fixed. The command module disconnection is fixed. The markers, jump markers not visible after wormhole is fixed. The removing the destination when you switch SCM to nav is fixed. So majority of the features, majority of the issues with the Ironclad are kind of fixed. So yeah.
2 weeks.
Note how you pointed to me when you're talented, not you.
I know, right?
There could be internal processes that the CTO leadership are fucking up the normal employees having no say. Of course it is. That's like half an hour ago when I said I know all the reasons and they have nothing to do with people who work on the project. That's exactly what I meant, Sneaky. I think you might have not been here, yeah. I think majority of issues with Star Citizen are because of the higher ups and leadership decisions.
I think there's a part of that which is that we're still paying, we're transforming the game.
That's why he did the 5-minute tirade. It still looks disgusting. I don't care. It still looks disgusting. In the end of the day, he is the face of the project that I also have to listen at Levski constantly, which annoys me the fuck out of me. It doesn't matter. He should have just not done that and just asked. Right.
I think there's a part of that which is that we're still paying, we're transforming the game. We're still transforming the game into an MMO, right? We're still in the process of taking a game that used to run on a single server in now obviously a server mesh, which that's working, but the game systems need to expand as well. And if you add the content pressure on top of that, right, of getting content into the game.
For me, it's the crazy thing that we are talking about this in 2026. I don't blame him. I know what he means. And it's not his call when to do and what to do. But it's crazy, like just in general about this company, that after over a decade of development and that much money given to them, we're still in the process of making it, turning this game into MMO. Like, how this is even possible? Like, how all of this is even possible? How it is possible that our socials are not here, right? How it is possible that the chat is worse than an Ultima Online? How is it possible that like party doesn't work? How is it possible that there's like no basic things that makes it an MMO? It's insane. You all know the answer. That's what Icy just said. It's Squadron 42 first. It's when you think you have 1 billion, but like you have like actually 100 million to develop such a game. It's an issue.
Game, releasing it at the same time, stabilizing it, hardening it, and features that come in and do the inverse. New features come in and they destabilize the systems. Without stronger guardrails that also need to evolve with this, that's where we ended up. And so I think that
I bet that they had a lot of refactors that they didn't realize they needed to do, and they're still untangling proof of concept prototype bullshit. I think Squadron 42 is the biggest fuck up here. Their refactors being called out by community for years, because when years ago they would come up and tell us, oh, they are refactoring this system so it is future proof and can work with things that will come later. And then 3-4 years later, it ends up, because the features it had to work with are just now being developed, all the time they spent refactoring that system 3 years ago is wasted, because they have to refactor it again because it was never future proof. You cannot, in software development, you cannot look that far ahead. And they've been doing this mistake over and over and over again. Over all the years they've been doing this mistake, they would refactor something, give a bunch of promises that this is going to work with this and that, and then it never works, and they have to refactor it again. And people have been saying, like, stop fucking doing this. It's retarded. Like, you will rework it. Like, how many times the scanning was reworked, where it is now, how it works, it's just dog shit. It still doesn't work. Like, everything. Like, it's like I don't know what's going on the engineering side, because I'm not a like software engineer or whatever. Maybe like it's better on that side, but this is just crazy.
But to be honest, I think at this right now, we're outpacing our ability of verifying everything that's being added to the game, and this is where we need to put a lot of our energy at the moment, is to put in those guardrails so that, you know, the check-in that would cause this crash issue, right, those are identified at this point, and so it's all about adding these validation frameworks to prevent that from happening and keeping the data stable and fully validated. Now, that sounds, well, why didn't you do that before, right?
You're not saying that there were no guardrails in place.
No. There are guardrails in place, but
They're not keeping up with the pace.
correct. Yes, exactly. Like we create more content and more features than we have time to add guardrails in to prevent these cases, right? An example I could give on something unrelated to persistence, right? But you have we're at the point now. We used to we make a weapon, we make a ship, that's it, right? Now we have a team making weapons. They balance the weapons. They design the weapons. They work in that realm. They have guardrails in there, right? They know what to check for, outliers, data sets, how power is distributed, etc. You go to the next team. The next team is making ship components. They have their guardrails, they have their approaches, they have their things, right? They balance it out. You have another team that's making recipes and dismantling, right? They have their own guardrails, their own systems. You have another team that's making economy. They add those things to shops. They add price.
You shouldn't have said that. You shouldn't have said a word about economy.
They make sure that that's balanced, and then they move on to
Balanced.
another team that's making.
It's balanced, guys. It's balanced. Economy, they make sure it's balanced, boys. They make sure 1.8 million in 10 minutes and 6 million per hour hauling missions. It's balanced, yeah.
Adding this content to loot boxes, right? Now, we didn't have that a while ago, right? And then mission rewards added in there. All of these have validation, but there's no holistic validation across, right? We're at the point now where all these systems communicate with each other all the time, right? And crafting has changed the game quite a bit on that area, right? And so that translates into more weapons being created, more content being created, more missions.
I see. Say hi to Yogi for me, and yeah. I wanted to talk to him about something. I wanted to talk to him about armor and penetrations and how it works, and tell him I remember that when I sent how armor should work back in the day, he said he liked the system. And he basically implemented the same thing I was talking about when they did the armor the way it is currently. But tell them they did it wrong. I have better solutions. Armor Thorson. It's not Yogi's business anymore. Okay, all right, never mind then. I had something about the flight model, but I cannot get it out of my head. Just tell him hi.
Giving more rewards, and all these things need to be validated together, not in silos.
Is this why in 4.8 there was the thing where there was a weapon? I think it was a ship weapon. I can't remember specifically, but you paid 20,000. I'm pulling a number out of my butt here.
Sure.
You paid 20,000 to buy the ship weapon, but then you dismantled it and you got like $80,000 worth of materials. And
that you could sell in one area.
That you can send. So people were just buying the vendor thing and doing it.
Right.
And you're saying that's because the weapon and the price and the pricing and everything for the weapon was validated by one team in one silo, if you will.
Yes.
And then the validation of the crafting and the breakdown and stuff was done in a different one.
Sure.
And there wasn't something that
transversal.
That's what happens when you get too much money. You overgrow your team, and the team doesn't talk to each other.
Check all of that, and also we're definitely now post 4.7 in a realm where just human validation is not enough, right? And so a lot of game design data is typically, managed by the team. But I think that we're way past that, and we need machine validation for everything because the rate at which we build it and the amount of technology we're putting.
I don't know, guys. You have hundreds of thousands of QA telling you what is wrong, and I think it's not about having the human validation is not enough. I think it's about not listening to a real human validation who play the game, or not listening enough. I think that's the reason.
Putting in is just too fast for validation to keep up.
Okay.
And we can't just rely on endpoint validation. Because in this case, it was machine validation that caught the error
Yes.
and stopped it from corruption.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Like
But
the
it's
machine
at the endpoint,
validation
it's
had
too
a
late.
correct. Yes, exactly.
So it has to come earlier.
So for validation, let's just stay on this topic here for a bit. It's people are going to, as talented as everybody is, as skilled as everybody is, and stuff like this. Mistakes are going to be made, and the wrong thing's going to be checked in, and stuff like this. And the game is growing at a scale. Like I've been here for more than a decade and stuff. I know it's a Jared meme drink anytime I talk about how long I've been here. You can just see it in my hair now. Weird. I am so incredibly proud of the game.
Brother, stop. Just
the
fucking
last
move
18
on.
months have hands down been the best 18
Bruh.
months that this game has had since the PU went online in 2015. And anybody that says otherwise is being disingenuous. They just are. I'm being hard with you guys here. I'm going to be a little harder. I'm being hard with you guys as well. It's like the last 18 months have been phenomenal for the progression of Star Citizen. It's our
crazy.
Daily average users are up. Our concurrency is up. The content is the best content we've ever put out. TSG is finally realizing we finally have coordinated space combat in our space
It's
combat
not.
game.
Shut up. Oh my god. It's painful.
But it sounds like we're moving fast. We're moving fast, and we're doing a lot. You said the guardrails aren't catching up. How do we? I get machine validation. I get you got to build some stuff. Is that all we can do? Is that make me feel better about how we're going to fix this? Is what I'm asking. Because if I feel better about how we're going to fix this, maybe there's a reason for people watching to feel better about how we're going to fix it.
Sure.
It's just the validation issue.
Sure. So it's a problem we've known about, right? And we've been trying to solve, right? And so more recently, there's more changes that have been coming from the engine side to give us a framework for validation. When I say framework for validation is that game designers can participate in this, right? It's not like, oh, they need to hand it off to an engineer, and the engineer is busy and he can't do the work, and now the validation is not added, which is the mode that we've been in the past, right? And so we've been in the process of building a validation framework for all game systems and all pieces of data stored in the game that can do queries across all data, whether it's, hey, I have a mission in this location that requires this, that pays out this. Is that an outlier compared to, And so being able to do cross data queries across the entire game, which is not something we've had before, which allows us then to just express these trends, find outliers into like mission payouts, find outliers into how.
I just want to finish this.
If we go back to the example of.
I need my dose of rage. I need my dose of rage for a day to not be in a too good mood, because if I'm gonna be in a too good of a mood for the day, who would be watching me? Yeah. So
the gun is for sale at this location at this price. It's dismantleable into these components that can be sold at this location. That exchange value is too high, right? And so creating these validations will become part of the design work completely with this framework, which will allow us to have all these guardrails. On top of that, we've got the more technical validation, right? So the two issues we got in 4.8 related to modifying ships that were already distributed in the main patch, and removing entity classes, for example. Both of those things already have lock checks right now. That's the first thing we did when we discovered them. But we're going to keep adding more of those compatibility check. Now, 4.8 also has the beginning of database patching. So in 4.7, we didn't have the full ability to persist all the crafting properties on weapons. So if you crafted a weapons, all the modifiers were not necessarily going to persist through LTP, right? In 4.8, we have introduced in the back end patchable serialized variables. We didn't talk about it much because it's kind of mixed into the crafting system, but basically we now, in the schema of a component, which stores the data for something, let's say it's a weapon, right? And I have the modifiers for it, let's say elongated nozzle, faster damage rate, whatever. These values, we now know which one of those values is patchable, right? And then we're able this way to persist them and patch them in the next release. We also determine which ones we store when you stow it. We don't stow all variables, which used to be the case. And that's the foundation for us to keep working at what we really want to achieve, which is a forward patchable data set. So that now these, even if you know, the ship team goes in, changes all the serialized variables for a ship and rejigs the whole object container layout for a ship, that will be able to live migrate your ship to the new version without crashing the game servers in the meantime. So basically embracing this movable data set. But that's tricky to do. Obviously, we've been at this for a long time, but 4.8 has the beginning of that just for crafting properties.
Right. That's great for allowing us to better manage when somebody checks something in that they didn't do. But I'm talking about what are we doing to stop the check-ins that aren't supposed to happen.
Sure.
Like through validation. I want to.
Well, it's pre-validation, right? The one I call this validation framework I'm talking about is pre-check-in.
Okay.
Right. It's something that I'm working on the game. I'm going to add a new gun and I'm going to price it this and I'm going to make it super powerful, right? Well, that would flag.
Exactly.
I could not. Yeah. I could not check that in, right? The system would go, wait, you need some authorization before you can check this in because of these reasons. Which currently we don't have something like this. That's cross-checking, right? Obviously in each silo, yes, but not within.
Is this something? I have to ask you the one question here. Is this something that we're talking about that's a 2027 thing? Are there parts of this at least that can go in? Is there hope for this?
Yes.
Sooner rather than later?
We need this yesterday. Like,
I'm aware we need it yesterday.
Yeah.
But
no, we're working on this right now. Like, to get all these checks and balances in place. Like, I don't know if it will be like a 4.9 kind of thing, but it's happening now.
Okay.
Because everybody around the table knows now. Like, it's clear from the 4.8 experience that machine validation is required across the board.
So why isn't
their shit is so bloated? They've grew so fast they cannot keep up. And that's going back to what I love to say is we are the enablers, right, of all of this shit.
let's tackle this from another angle. Why isn't just throwing more QA at this the answer? Why isn't this just hire 500 more QA people and this gets fixed? I suspect you probably have an answer for this.
In this case, it took the situation of like the data, how the database on 4.8.4.8.1 was, and with the new data from 4.8.2 to create the situation. And that's not something that the QA environment has. So whatever we do, we as a technology group would have to come in and at least give them that. And then if you put your 500 QA on it, then they would probably, one of them would have spawned an Idris. But without that environment, you could put as many as you like on it. No one would ever have discovered this situation. This is just too far removed. And I think that's so come back to the large data set, right? As you have a large data set, you just can't scale in manpower alone. You need something that scales way beyond that.
And I suppose if you just hired 500 QA people, that doesn't mean there's 500 requisite programmers that can all take the stuff and fix
Bro,
it.
I don't
either.
have
I think there would be
words
some
to comment on
frustration
this.
with,
Oh, this is so
their
bad.
output and our ability to tackle it would certainly create a separate set of challenges.
But also, what's frustrating with this situation is that we've done multiple patches where this just worked fine.
Oh yeah, we've been on this. We've been putting out a new piece of content every 2 weeks since the beginning of this year. Last year we moved, for 2024 and before, we were on a schedule of one patch every 3 months. And we didn't, I think we actually hit every 3 months once in the 5 years that we were on that cadence. From 3.0 to 4.8, I can't remember which one was January last year. We were trying to do a patch every quarter, and we actually hit the quarter date maybe 1 or 2 times in all that time. But so it was 4 patches a year at most, basically, is what we were doing. And then in 2025, we, as part of this major initiative, we switched and we went 11 patches. Yeah. We went 11 patches in 2024. Again, I don't want to sound like a broken record. The content that was in those patches is some of the stuff I'm most proud of that these teams.
But you are a broken record, Jared.
But we were able to do that because we pulled back on features. We pulled back on features, and it was content team. There were a couple features here and there that would sneak in and whatnot because we need this for that and the other thing. But for the most part, it was all content. In 2026. We now switched to, and anybody that's been really paying attention or following the development would see this already. We've switched to a bi-monthly patch where we put out a major patch every 2 months, and we do these 2-week content drops in between. So every 2 weeks, there's a certain thing gets turned on. People who have been in PT, who have been testing, they tested this aspect, and then it wasn't there in the patch, and it goes, because it gets turned on 2 weeks. It gets turned on 2 weeks after that. It gets turned, and that was to help with engagement throughout the year, to give people more things to do, to keep people more interested. It's one of those things that you do when you're running a MMO. And that's been great up until the last 4 weeks. Yeah. That's worked. Yeah. And so it's, I don't want to harp on this. I don't know how much of this is my own personal, I'm stuck on it, or whether this is what I'm supposed to be doing with the show. But it seems like we know what we have to do.
We have to solve the process for sure.
We have to solve the process. We have to solve the process. We have to build more tools. We have to scale our validation to match the rate of content that we're doing.
And the complexity of content too.
Right, because this year we also turned on features. We turned on the feature spigot this year after pulling back on it in 2025. I think I can't tell if I've been messing up my years this whole time. All right. How confident do you feel?
What is this question? How confident do you feel?
How confident do you feel that you've got a handle on this?
You couldn't even put the SMP logic of command module disconnecting on tech preview because you were so bothered with the Ironclad sale. You had to push it without any fucking validation. What are you even talking about? You're breaking all the promises you were giving the moment it comes to the first time there was a scenario that you did a certain promise about, you've broken that promise instantly. What are you talking about, Jared? God damn.
I think we know what we have to do. I think it's going to take a while to get all of these guardrails in place, right? But in the meantime, I mean, we just have to respect the rules that we've set forward in the meantime, right? So that while we can't machine check everything this second, and to be honest, I'm not talking about months of work here on these validation frameworks, right? But it's about putting in the ability for every team to contribute guardrails, right? Which right now, it's a bit splintered, and so we need to bring this all back together. So I'm confident that for especially the errors we just talked about, right? Like releasing a piece of content that crashes every server on launch, or twice, right? Or evident misconfiguration of items or costs or recipes, right? I'm confident that that will solve the issue, that those issues will no longer occur as long as we respect the validation and nobody tripped them off, which, you know, that's the next battle.
The validation issues.
Yeah, exactly. I think that we can eliminate that.
All right. So for the last 35, 40 minutes, we've been off the program here a little bit. The issue that went out, the issue that happened with 482 yesterday because of a validation issue, I didn't feel like we could go into the program that we had originally planned without addressing it. It was just, I was very frustrated, and sometimes I abuse my position.
Jared,
to do this. So you're
you are not frustrated. You said it yourself personally to me on a bar citizen. You don't even play this game. Dude, you literally said it. You don't even play this game. It's your work. I don't know if he was drunk when he said it or something, or he was just tired. He doesn't play the game. That's like a sentence that came out of your mouth. You're just trying to comfy the viewers. You don't personally care. Stop pretending.
You're laughing. I'm the one that's going to get back and see if my bosses are still happy with me or not.
That's the only thing you care. You want your boss, Mr. Chris Roberts, to be happy with you. That's the reality. And all of this had a green light for you to say
We're going to
this.
start getting into that stuff now. I hope watching you'll forgive the diversion, that you'll agree that it was worth it. I think there was some very useful stuff there. And I do want to say, I have to say this. This is me personally. This. He goes, it was an issue with a ship yesterday, but the ship teams around the world, there's a team here, there's a team in Austin, there's a team in Montreal, have been some of the consistently quality delivering teams of this project for years and years and years and years and years. It's easy. It's the last couple weeks have been a bit rough, but it's like, where would we be? It's where would we be without the ship team? So it's like, lest this seems like we're coming down on the ship team today, that is not my intention. They happen to be in the hot seat, yesterday. It's like this, but this could literally happen to anybody.
Any team, yeah.
And it did. It happened. It was a whole nother team 2 weeks ago. Sure. And if we don't get these guardrails in place, it'll be a whole nother team 2 weeks from now.
Yep.
So I just
for me, the takeaway is human guardrails are not enough. That's the thing.
I just didn't want it. It's unfair to make it seem. It's unfair to make it seem like the ship team hasn't been absolutely killing it for years and years, and they still are.
Yeah, they're killing it for your paycheck, Jared. Move on.
Desync.
Here,
Let's just. Nobody's ever going to say yes to being on this show ever again. Benoit, I put you on the hook to write a big old write-up on desync, and I know it's being worked on. I've seen the draft and whatnot. It's being worked on between every other initiative. Time spent writing is time spent not actually fixing things and making processes better. And
also,
stuff.
We got a couple guest stars in it that I'm hoping will make a difference too.
So that's still underway. And it's more like it's when we're done with it, it's going to be more like one of those. It's not a design brief. That's not the right thing. But kind of like what you saw with the gameplay guide. We're going to break it down, and I promise you, it'll be the most educated thing that you'll ever see from a game studio on what it is and what it isn't and what causes it and what doesn't cause it.
He thinks they're like unique or something. Like when he keeps comparing like one of the best blah, 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 in industry. Well, what is this on about? Like, he has no idea about the game dev industry. It's crazy. What the fuck? he's on about. Also, when he talks about the dissing, there are so many different type of dissings. Can he be more specific? I hope he will.
And stuff like that.
And the particularities of our game architecture.
Yeah.
Also.
But that said, when 4.8 went out, I started with 4.7. 4.7 was great overall, but there's a reason I had to call you and ask you. There's been this mounting desync for the last several patches.
He like doesn't even know what he's talking about. You see how he says there's been a mounting desync? He's not even understanding the exact issues that are happening in the game. He just like takes the word, just like he uses the word sandbox without understanding what sandbox actually means, and he just puts it out there because someone said something on Spectrum, so he like, oh, the word dissing, I have to use it.
It starts out small and it gets bigger. It affects some people more disproportionately than others. There are people that I have talked to, whether at a Bar Citizen or just reading the chat here today or in any other show, where they're having a virtually unplayable experience. And then there are other people who are like, that's not my experience. I'm having, I'm having a wonderful time and whatnot. Without just reading the entire doc that we're doing, I can't get past this show without talking about it at least somewhat.
Yeah.
What do we know is causing it at this point? What are we doing?
Imagine they doing a doc on dissing just now. Just think about it. I know from certain people, they were trying to hire someone who can solve certain desync issues. That's kind of funny, and they were struggling to find people to solve this. But Benoit just slipped and said about certain guest stars, whatever you call it. So apparently that's someone from the outside. I don't know if they're going to be joining CG or just going to be on a contract to solve certain issues. But I think that's what it means.
To resolve it? Just a simple question.
Well, so what we know about right now is that there are some meshes. When I say meshes, I mean a dedicated game server inside a shard that are running way below FPS spec that we want, right? And so we don't have a handle just yet about what is actually causing it. We do have performance captures, and we're tracking at least 6 to 8 very specific optimizations that need to happen. One of them is within the area component, which is used all over the engine. Area and zone component, they kind of go hand in hand, but because we're pushing more content, right? The hierarchy trees of the game world is much bigger. So there's more areas, more zones, more subdivision, more. There are some areas of that where if you add a lot of entities in those that enter or exit these areas, there's, the engine provides listeners to track entities entering areas or leaving areas or zones changing, right? And obviously there's concurrency constructs around this to prevent one thread from accessing another thread, right? And so just keeping it simple without diving too much into the low level, which we will probably in some of our desync areas. But there's lock contention in the area component at the moment in some places.
Give me a second. Okay, and try putting it inside of the ship and refining it from the ship.
There's lock contention in some areas of the game. When I literally mean area, like, if there's many entities in this spot, because of the way it's configured, we're seeing basically FPS drops in those areas. And so we're tracking about, like I said, 6 to 8 major optimizations that we're trying to get in our Hotfix channel, right, to try to get this FPS back up to the spec that we want, which is above 20, across the
server.
But is the dissing caused by the server FPS in general? Like, okay, the server doesn't run at 30 FPS, it runs at 10. But the ship just position just doesn't update across multiple frames, across multiple ticks. Like, remember yesterday, Diddy was landed on the pad with his ship, and for me, he was around the pad somewhere in space. I was flying around the ship until it finally synced. I don't think it's the server FPS issue.
FPS.
Server FPS, correct.
Somebody's going to take
And so-
somebody's going to take that clip and say, "Oh no, Star Citizen's only looking for 20
no.
FPS in gameplay and whatnot."
No. And it's important to note that like when a server is running low FPS, it doesn't mean that it will create desync, but especially when you're interacting with entities that are simulated on that DGS, AI characters, NPCs, then you're gonna perceive desync because the source is slow at creating its output. And you know the traffic goes from your game client to the replication node, replication node to game server. Now, if game server is running slow, at the beginning of the frame, he's taking the state from the game, from the network to the game and applying it. At the end of it, he's applying the changes back to the network, right? If that loop is slow, then your client's going to predict something, and then that prediction will get corrected the next frame, and that will create a rubber band, right? And so
Yeah, but that's not
just
what's going on. The major dissing in the game is currently is, well, all this like disposition ships that keep being positionally desynced over like a long span of time, not inside of one frame. Like, it's happening, like, as again, the example with yesterday, the state of the Diddy ship, it kept like over minutes. It's not like we're talking per frame desync. Is anyone addressing that? That's been going on for quite a while now, since 8, maybe 4.7 even. Yeah, and the turrets being shit. Turrets being shit is more about what he's talking about. But yeah.
why there's desync in general.
Why does the client have to predict?
Because if he doesn't predict, then you're going to be at the tick of the server, and you'll see like.
Even if it was running perfect, you'd see it in an FPS. Like, because your need for it to be, you know, so responsive is too high.
Is this so? All right. The meshes inside the shard are certain ones are slowing down,
Correct. It's not widespread in all areas.
which is why some people are in there having a great.
I'm not going to tell you which areas. That's what you're asking.
Yeah, which to avoid.
I got to ask the obvious question. Then, at least it's obvious. It seems obvious to me.
Mm-hmm.
Is this related to the ship cleanup or lack thereof?
That's one of those things that we're looking at, is how aggressive or not the ship cleanup is actually happening. That's one of the things we're looking at. Yes.
Because you can watch a Twitch stream or look at an issue council report, and you'll see. I want to say dozens and dozens, but I feel like it's even more.
Yeah.
Bricked ships everywhere, because with the insurance changes and whatnot.
Sure.
Bricking these ships.
Yeah.
And whatnot. Is this viably part of what it is? Is this
In part, yeah. That for sure doesn't help, because the more entities are replicated, the more the server needs to do every frame, and so that contributes to this. So yes.
You can usually.
How about the
find
cop in
it
the forest?
When you look at a server that is performing great, it usually has a larger vehicle population. Certainly.
the server that
Vehicles
is
are-
performing great has a larger?
No, a firm not performing so
Oh.
great tends to have a slightly larger vehicle population, or a very large active population. That can also happen. In general, just a lot of everything. We're quite a heavy game, entity-wise. We
Right.
want to avoid getting to the sort of size that we were in Stanton before we went into meshing, right? Because that was consistently difficult to manage.
Yeah, but if we're okay, so if we're already, Stezig is like, fix it, super helpful, dude.
Oh man, it's so easy. We're done with this subject.
You know what, Stezik? I honestly, none of us had thought about that. That's all right. We don't even need to do the rest of the show, do we?
Yeah, I know that there's been some changes related to how we perform entity cleanup. So unattended vehicle cleanup used to be a separate system, right, that ran on its own. That's been merged into what we call the density manager, which is basically an engine functionality that will look at overpopulation in clusters of areas that obviously designers have control over. For example, we want to make sure, like the exit routes for hangars are cleaned up, and so these are, have active cleanup zones configured, right? That's designer controlled. Now the engine will then, after that, apply the logic on the volume, determine, oh, there's too many of X in this area, and we'll start popping stuff out, right? He's going to do the cleanup. Now for ships, the unattended vehicle cleanup system used to be separate. Now it's been brought into the density manager, I think end of last year, something like this. So it's been a while. And this one tracks whether there's passengers on player passengers on a vehicle, and will, based on a certain timer configuration, and the values are different depending on the areas, will either stow back the ship into the originating inventory or destroy it, depending on if it's a player-owned ship or if it's an AI ship, depending, right? Now, it does look like maybe there's a misconfiguration in key areas that are leaving ships there. So we don't think the system is incorrectly functioning. We think it might be inaccurately configured.
Okay.
Just another wrong zero code by someone who doesn't care. What a surprise!
In some areas, and so that would allow a very popular area to just accumulate ships like crazy, right? And so that's what we're looking at right now.
Are you able to clean up? Are you able to differentiate?
In before we do a piracy hit and the owner bricks the ship immediately, and then the moment we step out EVA from it, it just poof, despawns.
Between, you obviously mentioned a ship that has a person on it. That's great, but a ship that doesn't have a person on it but is still a viable ship,
Yes.
versus a destroyed husk versus a bricked ship
Yes.
from the inventory. You're able to distinguish between
Yes.
and set timers for. individual
I'm
ones?
not sure if the density manager will have a modifier specifically for bricked or not, but
Will
it can see it.
It does, or it will.
It will. It will.
Okay.
It will eventually.
Yeah, if it
If it
doesn't-
doesn't, it will.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Because
And it's less about timers. It's more about density. It's sort of trying to say you have overpopulated this area. So it's less about like that ship has been there for a long period of time. It's more like there's a lot of ships here.
yeah.
Let's remove one. Let's figure out which one is best to remove. For unattended vehicle does have a timer as well. So you kind of have these.
I love it when I remember recently we exploded a mall. We wanted to capture it, but it ended up exploding, and it broke up on two big parts. One part was containing all the bags, and the other part was useless back part, like a husk. Guess which one was instantly despawned 2 seconds after the destruction? Of course, the one with bag.
It's sort of like we talked about validation. You start with a timer, then you start adding intensity, then you start sort of building up these views of the world to kind of understand which areas are problematic. Like, oh yeah, the entrance to a hangar, we have to be super strict.
Yeah. There's a place, as we're talking about this, something that pops in my mind that I think is also, in our process, now not even development process, but let's call it live operations of the game. We're very lean in terms of our live operations at CIG because
Thought I will
we're
not
in
make it until the end of the
development,
stream
right?
then.
So even though
Until
we
the
do
end of
run
the
a
show,
live
sir.
service, we try to run a really lean ship, right, on that side. And so we don't have an army of site reliability engineers that are looking at like every aspect of like, oh, Shard 25 is an overpopulation of ships at Jackson Swap in, between this time frame, this time frame. Like we don't.
that where's my water? You know that Benoit plays more of the game than Jared when he mentions Jackson Swamp, right?
Go in that depth, right? And so we track overpopulations across all shards, right? But we can't go granular into this. But that is an area where we could improve this and detect those things to better tune these values. Typically right now we will tune the density manager values every patch or every hotfix, but that is a slow
New
cadence.
detainee registered. Speed URL. Processing charge. Excessive velocity on the information superhighway. Speed URL. Your sentence is to serve 1 month of mandatory buffering in the Klesher data center while enjoying Space Cutlet's piracy operations.
Yo, Speed, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 8 months.
Compared to how you would react if you see, oh my God, you know, on every shard this location is loaded, you know, let's affect the density manager change right now. Right now we don't have the ability to do that live, and that's a problem. That would improve the game quite a bit.
There's folks in the. It would. I don't want to dismiss that. There's folks in the chat that are like, just make the brick ships salvageable, or give towing mission stuff. Those are all.
They are salvageable, as far as I know.
Yeah,
No.
And the towing missions, but it's those are all game design and mission design stuff. That's not anything that the tech, and even then, a solution that requires entirely player, it relies on the players entirely to solve, is not going to get us where we need.
If you had made a game with a proper player interaction, that he said a very key thing. It's not obviously on the topic specifically, but that's their entire mindset. They don't believe players can entertain themselves. They don't believe a player-driven game is an interesting game. They want a feature creep, and they want create this fake world where player does nothing. It's not really on the topic. I know what he means. You cannot rely only on players, but it's funny.
I don't disagree, and I know it's the intention. They're supposed to be salvageable. If they're not, they will. Yes. They will be. It's just having towing missions to.
I think Farfik complained about ships not being salvageable because it still thinks the power plant is on for like the past 2 years. They have never fixed that.
To take them away and dump them somewhere is a great idea and stuff like that. But that can't be the only thing. There still needs to be a technical, solution to clean this up. It's the reason I asked. The reason I asked if it could separate everything is because, I don't think I don't think all of them are salvageable. There's.
Yeah. That's all they call
I'm trying to
content.
remember an old conversation right now where there were rules about why this one could be salvageable and this one.
I know there's been changes related to this as well recently.
But like it's in my head. In my head, I'm just like, why don't
you can fracture brick ships? Okay, they fixed it finally. Things done.
we just disappear every brick ship right now until we get a handle on this? Like just crank the cleanup on bricked ships that we know don't belong to anybody, just like they get to exist for 1.5 seconds and then they're gone.
And then I will fucking hate you even more, Jared, because every pirate will for saying this.
It's like there's.
I'm just imagining the Reddit post after that. My ship disappeared 1 second after.
A brick ship. No, but the ship only gets a brick ship.
Yeah, you see, he doesn't think about it. He doesn't. It doesn't even go through his brain matter that the brick ship could have so much inside. Right? You don't want this to happen.
They're back at their ASOP terminal and they've reclaimed it. So why can't it just vanish? Now I'm certain. Whenever I go off like this and whatnot, and it sounds so simple and it sounds so obvious, and then I get back to my desk and I've got an engineer or somebody comes and goes, "It's not that simple, Jared. There's this and that. There's that dependency and blah blah." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just a layman moron who had a very simple idea."
Yep.
But it just
that's what
it's
it
hard
is.
because it's I'm no different than half the people watching the show. It's just there are times when something seems so easy and so obvious, and it's like, just do that, because that's what my head was screaming that whole time. That's where I was going. Just until we get a handle on it, destroy the bridge ships right away.
I always say, if it was easy, it would have been done. So by that, you have to assume there is reasons that makes it not easy.
Yeah, you always have to assume there is a
The
reason,
complexity in
a
the
grand
interactions.
plan.
Benoit talked about you sell a gun, and then you deconstruct it, and then the material can be sold somewhere else for something else. These kind of complex interactions between lots
Bunch
of
of
different
yapping.
systems are usually what stops us from doing something that, from a tech point of view, is literally a flag in the database that says that's bricked. I can treat it as garbage.
Yeah, there's this thing. It's what was the example we
You
had?
know
the
what else
example
is treated as garbage? Is their entire player base.
back in our chat? There was something in the 481. It was the one of the old features for the hanger module, for the. It's
Hanger module.
It's in our chat. It's in our chat. Yeah, you know, it's one of the issues. And I said, dude, we need to remember that. It's in our chat. When I said we need to bring that up. I can't remember. But recently, one of the things that flummoxed 481 was an old system from like 6 or 7 years ago that hadn't been touched. With some new piece of content touched for the first time, and it didn't work. I can't remember. It's just one of those. It's if making games were easy, they'd be done. I mean, pivot your. There wouldn't be a studio that closes every week in the last 2 years. So 4.8 comes out.
Yeah, there's been other issues. We talked about the catastrophic ones, but there's also other tangential issues.
We've got a section coming up where we've pulled the dashboard and what folks are working on. I'll get to that in a second if that's where you were going. I want to stay a little bit more into 4.8. So. Yeah, how I want to do this here. We put up a thread. We collected a bunch of questions. We pulled some of that. Some of that's affected. We've used that to inform certain of the topics here and stuff. When you go through,
Hard to work off script.
if you had to put, I understand that nothing is simple. I understand that there's probably 14, 15, 16 underlying causes that all contribute to this. But if I asked the simple question, what changed in 4.8 that affected server performance so much? I'm just on like raw server performance.
Sure.
Whatever. What's the thing that comes to your head? I'm gonna get both of you on this
sure.
here, so don't think you get out of this. It's try to make
for me it's behaviors. So you know, there's one thing about running a game server is that it's kind of an organic behavioral system, right? And so you can have a game server with a version of the code, a version of the data running a certain way, and then players start doing something different, and that completely changes the performance profile. And so I feel like in 4.8, most likely my hunch for these 6 to 8 like performance issues that we're looking at, it's related to some imprint changes. So the way people use ships, leaving brick ships behind, are there more claims, than before? Are there other egregious issues that showed up that are creating more claims that would affect, the amount of entities on the server? Is there a malfunction on, for example, the density manager cleanup that is leaving items in place? Or is there just people are going to a location that's configured to be very loose on its density, and it's somehow the location that people have decided to go to in this patch? So sometimes the performance profile of the game servers changes just based on behaviors, not on like, oh, we changed something.
So you're blaming
in
the
game
backers.
No, I'm blaming the features that cause behavioral changes. And so that, for me, that's what screams. That's what comes out of it for me. You're talking raw server performance here.
Yeah, I'm not talking just the raw server performance here. What are you thinking, Jens?
I mean, it's hard not to just parrot what you just said. I mean, it does feel like when I think of 4.8, there's nothing there I can go, yeah, that those gameplay changes we made could have caused it. The only thing I can think of is we did performance improvements, but there is a large change in how we handle vehicles and the lifetime of vehicles.
You mean the changes with the imprinting and the insurance system? So the way that the life of a vehicle in the universe changed, both its lifespan with the braking and stuff like this, and the way that players handle them because of the changes that we instituted.
Yes.
Yeah, you fucking instituted the changes that anyone can get the ship back instantly. Idris is a 5-minute claim timer, you nummies, numpties. Jesus Christ.
It's so you're bringing it back. You're bringing it back a big chunk of it, not everything, back to the number of ships.
I mean, that would be based on what I know of that patch went out there. I just don't see I don't recall there being any larger changes on the gameplay side. I feel like could explain it.
Yeah, we're not talking about their. I want to be real clear. It's you. Folks watching, you have a lot of experience with me, and you have a lot of experience with Benoit. Less experience with Jens here. He's not saying that there are no bugs. There are no bugs. It's like we're talking about raw server FPS things. A bug does not impact server FPS. The freight elevator eating your.
You guys heard it all here. The bug does not impact a server FPS. How absolutely disconnected from reality you could possibly be to squeeze that out of your mouth. Oh my God. Bug does not affect the server FPS. Holy shit. This is the next level of not even understanding what are you talking about. Literally any bug that causes some weird issue, anything, any physical collision bug, any shit can so dramatically cause the server FPS to go down. What he is even talking about? God damn it. Just Sage, you find someone who understands what a game is, please, for these shows. This is like unbearable at this. After all these years, this is just unbearable.
Your cargo does not affect server FPS and stuff. The question I asked was, what is affecting the raw server FPS? And that answer is they're trying to find an answer specifically to that. If it sounds like we don't know the answer,
you don't know the answer. That's 100%. Maybe Benoit does.
Quite honestly, we're still working on it. It's. Somebody in the chat said, it sounds like Jared's frustrated. Of course I'm frustrated. These two guys at the table are frustrated. Quite a lot of people are frustrated.
Why does he look so guilty? He has to put on his mask of feeling guilty because that's part of the script. the entire show is done in we are guilty manner to find compassion with the whales who pay them thousands of dollars, right? This is the, like, this person doesn't feel guilty because he doesn't play the game. He realistically cannot feel guilty because he doesn't experience these issues, right? It's, he went up to Chris and said, hey, we had a major fuck up. Can I do the show when I'm going to take all the blame on the company? I will praise the company, but then I will still take the blame on the company and pretend I feel very guilty, and hence all this psychological marketing tricks with the show, how they start the role, how they didn't have the screen. It's so like, it's like literally a one big fucking psyop. Like everything that happens on the show is scripted so people can, what's the word for it, relate more, like find some compassion and like, oh yeah, they understand. That's literally what is this about. All of this shit. He doesn't care.
I say it over and over again. We're having the same conversations you guys are having just, 3 weeks earlier. It's like this, there's this concept that game development is game construction. You're just supposed to have all the answers. And,
Stop saying that bullshit, bro. Oh my God.
And everything's supposed to be figured out before you do it and stuff. And just the reality is that's not how it works. I'm not talking about CIG here. I'm talking about the entire industry. I'm talking about.
Stop talking for the entire industry, Jared. You've never been in it. Just stop it.
How games come together. I'm talking about programming. Quite honestly, it's discovery. It's discovery as you go through it. We always figure it out. We always figure it out. Like I could sit here and just gush about the quality of the people.
You never figure it out
here. It's like, when I go to a Bar Citizen, people always ask me like, is it hard to go out and do this? What I'm doing right now. It's less than 12 hours after a patch went out.
He is so full of himself. It's crazy.
And was totally borked and whatever. And you've got to go out live and put on a face for the project and whatnot. Is it hard to do that? After 318, I had to do the thing. After the freight elevators with Race for Stand, I had to do the thing and whatever. Is it hard to do that? And the answer is no. It's not hard. Because
you get paid for it.
Of the people here. I believe in the people here more than anything. It's when you get I spend more time with the people who work here than across teams than most people. Everybody's working on their work. My work is the people. So it's when I lose faith in the people here, that's when you'll stop seeing me.
Valtus, dude, thanks so much for 10 gift subs. I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Attention inmates of the Space Cutlet Detention Facility. Inmate Voltus Cool has just committed a major offense, distributing 10 contraband subscriptions across the cell block. All new inmates report to processing. Welcome to Piracy Detail. Your crimes now include aiding and abetting Space Cutlet. You will mine, you will steal, and you will probably explode in low orbit. Thank you, Voltus Cool, for your continued contribution to the Pirate Rehabilitation Program.
Thank you, dude. I really appreciate it. Thank you, man.
Happen in 12 years. It's not going to happen anytime soon. I love the people here. And they're working on it. If they haven't figured it out yet, they will figure it out. You've already got some tremendous
for sure.
leads.
And I think to be honest, like on server performance, the 6 to 8 issues we're looking at now are definitely the source of the problems.
Do you want to just enumerate what the 6 to 8 issues are? You mentioned it. You mentioned it a couple times, and it's just why don't we just use this opportunity?
Of course. I can. Well, I don't want to deep dive into each of them because
just give me top level.
It's a bit intense if we go down that route. But there's navigation system dispatching of tile configuration changes on planets, which affects how AI use the nav mesh on planets. So there's a performance call out on that is costing us a chunk of frame in the servers. This is purely based on the servers we know are.
In 2033, we're gonna be hearing the same comments from Jared, bro. I hope I make it with this game development. My heart will might fail before 2033, man.
Affected by this problem.
You can take this
There's-
abuse only that long,
Yeah.
you know?
Digging through a lot of data
Yes.
to find the sort of common culprit that you know are going to make a meaningful impact.
Yeah, no, exactly. This is like cross-linking a lot of things. There's this is a pet peeve of mine that I keep pushing on, and we're gonna definitely resolve that from a software point of view. But there's an entity spawner in some of the areas that are affected that are coming in and out of streaming and respawning their spawn set every
This
time.
is the NPCs that just go, it just
That's-
spouts out.
And one example, I have multiple others related to this. That's one. The area component we talked about. So the it's what we call register with external systems is a phase when the components are a component or an entity is coming online when it's streaming in. It needs to register with external systems. That's a notorious area that is an issue on multiple components. This one is from the area component. Is in that place a problem?
So the first two are NPC related.
Correct.
This one
Correct.
is
This one is more engine and let's call it area.
I've been calling them looking like crypto ICO rug pullers for many years because I was in a crypto back in the day too, and all these years it reminds me so much of that. It's like crazy. Okay,
Configuration related. This one bleeds into the zone lock that we talked about earlier. So those are two, area and zone lock. So this is really tied to the amount of content in the game and the complexity of that content in some areas. Because we're also making more and more complex scenes.
right.
You know, like Space Station and, you know, the content we've put out recently, whether it's TSG or Rockcracker or like, there's a lot more complex layouts in those elements that contribute a lot to this, and so those are part of that. The ship cleanup is another big one that we're looking at the moment, which is the source probably of the other two, which is the amount of registered entities that have either MFDs and or the flight system active.
Entities that specifically have MFDs.
Yes.
So it's an excessive number of MFDs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why isn't MFD so?
Well, we don't know specifically. I bet that if I went into that area and I looked, there would be a bunch of MFDs that are somehow visible. So that's been these components have a visibility aspect to it, where if you look at it, it's going to replicate for you, but if you don't look at it, it doesn't. Might be a malfunction with that. We're not sure.
Right. So the ship is breaking, but the MFDs are still visible. And
Yeah, it
still...
could be like broken ship MFDs. You know, like we've seen weird things like, you know, everybody knows about the graveyard. There's been other graveyards in other areas, right? So there might be a new one we haven't found yet where there's somehow MFDs end up there, right?
oh
have a
my
couple
god, bro!
AI
There's somewhere out there there is a graveyard of MFDs, bro, and that causes all the server issues. I mean, I'm obviously joking about it, but that's so funny to even think about it.
NPC related
Yes.
things. NPCs and the way they interact with the surface of worlds, planets, and moons.
Yeah.
NPC spawners, you know, these things that load out, load in, then respawn their entire their entire allotment of AI when they're already out there. So you got some NPC stuff. You got some location stuff. The locations are getting more complex, and the area system is not properly culling them.
Yeah, it's an optimization at this point. Like, the functionality is correct. It's just it's slow.
A lot of.
A lot of it. Yeah.
And then there's the ship specific one,
Yeah,
the cleanup stuff, and then there's some raw entity stuff that we also suspect
Yes.
is related to the
And
ships because the ships
one-
have the most entities.
And one final one that is fire. So there's been some ships catch fire, and depending on the size of the voxel grid, we've seen the area physics properties of how the temperature system interacts with fire needs a big optimization, and it's costing us frame time.
Oh no shit! Not that like we called out the shit with fire. That like yeah, it's cool, but do we really need this? Because that's gonna take a lot of like server performance out. Like just calculating it real time, all this stuff. No, they just went through with it, like we care about it. Like we could have had a great gameplay without fire, at least for now. But no, they have to push this feature no one asked for instead of actually like doing some good gameplay. Oh man, brother. Oh, it's so painful.
That's a combination thing because we internally we can't reproduce it, but we see the cost on some of the game servers that are running slow.
Okay. So these are the top 8
Yes.
ish kind of culprits to just
Optimization
raw
here, yeah.
server performance. We can optimize these 8 things. We should see
Big gains.
Big gains. I wasn't going to say big, but I'll let you say it. See
gains,
big gains in server performance.
Yeah. Now
And-
the thing with everything with optimization, right? It's a fog of war, right? When you
You fix that. That's what was slowing it down. Then you find the next thing ends up.
kill you get rid of the elephant, and behind it
Yeah.
is another one.
It's the 7-Up can that was slowing us down. The Pepsi can would have been slowing us down the whole time, but the 7-Up was doing it first. So the Pepsi never got a chance to slow us
Exactly.
down.
And
You
it's-
optimize 7-Up, and now Pepsi's like, my time is here. I can screw you over.
I can now be the one on top.
The choice of a new generation.
Yeah.
That's how old I am. Did you guys have that campaign here?
Yes, we
Bunch of
did.
children. There's only one nodding head over there.
The same properties apply to crashes, right? Typically, when we do like stability checks on game servers, which, by the way, other than the 2 big issues that we've had, the baseline stability for 4.8, outside of these 2 events of the missing entity classes and the Idris problem, overall stability has been in a really good range overall, and so we've been happy about this. Other than now, the stats are terrible because of this, so we'll have to take a look. But the same properties apply to crashes. So when we look at top crashes,
It's
you're
so
like, oh,
terrible,
we just have to
Tony.
fix this one. It's super high frequency. Then we fix it, and then oh my God, there's 3 more, right? And so it's a fog of war. Optimization and crash stability are like fog of war activity where, yeah, you've got 7 now. You know what those are. We fix them. It might be the end of it. It might not be.
You can get clusters as well, and that's the same on the performance side. We might be looking very, very closely at the servers performing poorly, and we might be fixing things that help those, but that doesn't help at all to the other servers because they might be running into completely different issues. Like there might be something that's happening specifically on those servers that's unique to them that brings them to that low rate, whereas the rest of them don't benefit as much from that. So you always have to sort of look closely at the details and react to those, but proactively try to look at the big picture and sort of take you sort of where are we going overall. Once we fix that cluster there, how do we get all of it to sort of benefit from a smooth ride with zero desync?
Just a ray of sunshine, yeah.
Yes, that's it. I'm just
We want
bringing
smooth
the
as butter.
yeah. It's gonna be all plain sailing.
I wanted to touch on in my notes I've got, because there was other issues in 4.8 that come from other optimizations that we've done and or other improvements that also contributed to some perception on the patch.
Okay.
So there's one thing that we're battling on the game side is that we mentioned how we're transforming the game from one model to the MMO model, right? And that means scaling systems. When we say that, we really mean transforming those systems to be service powered, right? So instead of being all in the game server and it's all good, right? We transfer these things to be service powered, right?
So the server no longer has to run transit. The server no longer has to run.
In part, right? It could be transit, it could be other things, right? Like for example, missions had a part of the mission system needed to be pulled out of there to be able to have server meshed missions, for example, right? So there's a lot of work behind that to basically dissect some services and move them to some game systems and move them to services. Now, interacting from the game client with services that are on cloud infrastructure is kind of a different discipline than being a gameplay programmer doing a gameplay feature, right? Let's say I'm working on the main character, the actor in the actor team, like Jens, for example, and I'm doing a feature around that. But my world is kind of self-contained to the actor. If I'm also doing the replication side of this, which typically our gameplay programmers do both, but I know about the replication side of things, but that's the bubble. It doesn't exist, that bubble, right? When you talk about cloud infrastructure, cloud services, that you need to invoke, service APIs to do something, whether it's inventory service, right? Whether it's reputation systems, whether it's friend service, social systems, whatever. That's a different type of programming that tends to always be based in what, for the layman's is asynchronous programming. So not all C++ and gameplay programmers are well versed in the asynchronous aspects. More and more today, but it's still always a little bit of a jump. And so we've realized that there's a little bit of fragility
Grok
in
to code.
how some of our game systems interact with cloud services. So one of the particularities with this is that you need to design for things that can fail. That sounds horrible, but that's the way it is, right? When you visit a website and it's loading assets and one asset doesn't load, your browser is going to retry and you're not even going to see the difference, right? Now, the game in some areas, and I'm going to focus on the one I wanted to talk about today, which is inventory, is very fragile in its interactions with the backend systems. And so we had an issue in 4.8 that was, from a backend perspective, extremely minor. We're talking about 100 requests.
Sneaky, but those guys are from 1990s. It's Chris Roberts' team, whose sci-fi vision ended up in 1980. Dude, what are you talking about?
Out of millions of requests every 2 minutes would have a problem, right? But the net effect, because that was affecting the inventory, is that people's inventory would get stuck. And so the effect on the game was completely magnified from what the backend team...
Because you can't do anything with your inventory, really.
Well, yeah, so the inventory has this issue, it's not an issue, it's a property, where all of the moves that you do in your inventory need to be ordered. They need to be performed in order. And that requirement is extreme, because you can't go, put this element on the head and then put this other element on the head and take this one back and stow it and then move the core armor. And then if the backend systems were completely asynchronous and do this in parallel, you would end up with like mixed results, And so
or we could
AKA
not have
duping.
prediction, which would be the other option. But then obviously we run into the problem that
Performance.
I put the helmet on my head and I'm waiting.
Yeah.
You're waiting
And
for
I'm
the server
waiting.
to catch up.
And I'm waiting.
Right.
You're waiting for the server to
While
catch
I'm doing that, I can't do anything else.
And so
Anytime, I'm waiting for my helmet to show up.
and so this minor, like I said, from a backend perspective, 100,
100 times out of 2 million is what you said.
100 out of 2 million
Every 2 minutes.
every 2 minutes, right? Which was a heartbeat problem. Anyway, it's been fixed. But the net effect was that you're making moves on your inventory, and then one of the moves stays there to the possible maximum of the timeout,
Which is
8
like
minutes in this case.
To
Which-
what,
that's the
400
problem.
seconds or something?
That's a long time.
Right?
And so it's
Limit.
there minutes, right? Which was a heartbeat problem. Anyway, it's been fixed. But the net effect was that you're making moves on your inventory, and then one of the moves stays there to the possible maximum of the timeout, which is 8 minutes.
Oh, 8 minutes, yeah. Why cannot it just re-roll if it's not solved in like 5 seconds or something? I don't know.
In this case, which that's the problem.
It's a long time.
And so
in
now,
a game.
if you looked at, backers at this point that have been with us for a long time all run with some display info, and so they see the pending moves
Yeah.
debug on the UI, and so they can see, there's a move that's stuck, right? And so that's how these things were stuck. If you were unlucky and you did a move in one of those 2 minute window, I say every 2 minutes, but it was really a 3 second small window. If you did a move in those 3 seconds, then your inventory was stuck for 8 minutes, which is crazy.
An eternity. And
And so that I use that example first to explain it, because a lot of people ask the question, what's happening when this
I have
happens?
another question. Why, in general, the pending moves resolve so slow compared to any other game? Like, what type of database they're running, that inventory management, you see like how you go into the R display info and you see those pending moves, right? And you see like it goes like tick, 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 tick. It's like, what kind of database they're working on? So it's slow. It's slower than any other database dealing with inventory I've seen in any other game. Like, I would move 1,000 items in even line from my ship into my station, and that 1,000 items move would probably take me like, okay, not instant, but it's gonna take, okay, let's say 5-10 seconds, right? But that's 1,000, right? Like, why is it so slow? And that database and it was coded like in the early 2000s. Like, what is going on? Like, I don't understand why. How overbloated and overcomplicated the database is, it takes so long. I want to like hear actually an answer. I'm not being sarcastic, because there might be a realistic answer to this without the memes. I'm just curious what it is. Like, why it is so slow compared to any other MMO with inventory management that I've ever played in my entirety of my life, right?
That's what happened. Now we fixed that issue, obviously, so that no longer is the back end issue is no longer occurring, but we still have that weakness on the client.
Right.
So that's one thing we need to solve now. Is we've realized, Jens and I have had multiple conversations about this, but we've realized that there's a lot of areas in the game, whether it's freight elevators, whether it's inventory management, handling, and I'm not talking about the UI here. I'm talking about what's behind it when you do your moves, like
The UI is where you get to see it,
Yeah.
but it's actually something underneath. Okay.
Yeah. You know, these systems, there's a lot of, we've identified a series of weaknesses in how either legacy systems were built because they were built before these services existed, and then asynchronous calls were tacked on in the middle to, you know, get something working. And so we've started to develop a charter that we've started to analyze every game system with this charter, right? It's basically a very simple red, amber, green kind of tracking, right? Where we can look at one system, let's say we look at inventory management. We can ask all these questions, right? And with this, we will identify all the pitfalls that this system needs to resolve. So without having a bug report, I can just look at the code and go, you know what? This breaks this principle. I need to fix this principle, right? So one example of principle is player items are sacred, right? So if I have actions to do, for example, I need to turn in stuff for a mission, I will not delete the items, then progress the mission. I will progress the mission, and on success and confirmation, I will then delete. And then if the delete fails, I need to have compensating actions to move forward, right? So that's an example of like the analysis that we're doing. Asynchronous programming we talked about needs to be explicit for all paths. So we're evaluating all of that. There's multiple other areas in the charter, but that's one of the things we're putting in place to augment the interactions between game client server and services, so that when things go wrong, and they do, right? That's the nature of internet packets not being delivered, services not being available, cloud services being there or not, that there's no like irreparable breakage, and that the experience can still continue and be resilient.
Flip says, Jared looks exhausted. I'm not the one that was up till 4 o'clock in the morning fixing this thing. You know, it's somebody. What was
I
it?
don't know.
Earlier was like, it's like, this is what happens. Where is it? One of our moderators nuked it, but Wrangle McDangle nuked comment says, "This is what the community looks like when they start to realize the company they give their money to doesn't really care about them. Sad." This is the CTO who was up until 4 o'clock this morning, bug fixing. Not just the directors and the programmers, and he had plenty of people with him and whatnot, but they're up to all hours of the night trying to get this stuff going and whatnot. And then they come here and they do this.
Yeah, Jared, but no one is talking about the Benoit. We know he's the GOAT. We know a lot of people that work at CG are crazy committed. We're talking about the company practices that plague development of this game, not people who work their asses off to make it work, despite all the bullshit CG tries to do. Stop twisting the words of your community in your favor to just laugh it off, like joke off the community.
And whatnot. This directors and this nuked comment says, "This is what the community looks like when they start to realize the company they give their money to doesn't really care about."
The company they give their money to, not Benoit, not people who work in the company, the company. And by the company, it's the management, it's the decisions, it's the priorities, it's the owners, it's the shareholders, not the people who work their ass off to try and meet all of your marketing demands because you want to push shit into the game that shouldn't have been pushed, right?
About them. Directors and the but anyway, that was a comment about how tired I look. This is just how I look. It's the gray. There's more gray now, for some reason. But so this is interesting.
I want to touch on the charter, Jens.
I want to touch this thing that you said real quick.
Very quick.
Building. So the system was built for kind of perfection. It expects everything to work the way that it wants to. And because the system was built without the expectation of some level of failure, it ends up, when it gets some level of failure, it fails completely. So you actually get, so in a weird way, if you build something with the
What's the TLDR of the drama yesterday? Was there a drama yesterday?
expectation of no failure, you end up with a lot of failure. Right. And if you build something with the expectation of a little bit of failure, you end up with less failure than you otherwise would, right, because it's more nimble and it can adjust and it's self-healing, self-healing stuff. Yeah. There's this idea of, we don't plan for failure or whatever, and every time I hear something like that, we don't plan for failure or whatever, I'm just remembered of NASA.
Oh yeah, it's the Idris fault. They fucked up something with an Idris.
I mean, NASA in the 60s, like, these are people who plan for every kind of failure, and that's part of why they succeeded. Yes. So, what you're talking about just kind of reminded me of this interesting paradigm shift or philosophical shift of creating for some level of failure so that we can be nimble and self-correcting, and then we end up having fewer things like what we're experiencing, where the whole thing just craps.
No, apparently there is a newer version of Idris 4.2. Like, don't read this like there's something new in Idris. Just internally, something changed in the Idris build, and that shouldn't be put into the live branch. And whenever people try to spawn that Idris, it wouldn't pass the validation check from the server that is still running the older version of an Idris, and the server will be like, nope, I'm out of here, and crash.
Out for 8 minutes and stuff. It's an interesting philosophical switch.
I think
yeah, he need to LE5 everything. I hate it all. That's all he does. 80% of the show is him LE5ing what they said for like 5 times longer than they said it, and then him praising himself and the company. I'm so tired of it. I'm so fucking tired of it.
Benoit is absolutely right as well with challenges from a gameplay side. Certainly, if you come from a background of running things only on your local machine, we're so responsive, right? Whatever you do is just comes back immediately. And suddenly you haven't. Yeah, exactly. And suddenly you have to work on these premises.
In my perfect world, there should be a version of SCL where on screen there would be, without his voice, just a quick question, and then we get straight up to the developers who's answering. And this would show, instead of being like 2.5 hours long, would be like 30 minutes. I would get all the information I wanted to hear from the developers and move on.
Where a timeout might be 8 minutes later. It's a you know, from a scale
That's
point
an
of view.
extreme example.
That's a very
8
extreme
minutes.
example, and you go, how do you, and as well as
Soviet
as much as
leadership
you
putting
all-
medals on
you know,
his
from
own
my
chest.
point of
Yep,
view
pretty
as
much.
from the gameplay side.
Again, there's a reason I compare CG to Game Dev Russia. There's a lot of parallels there. I've been doing it for quite some time. Those who watch my channel know that. And there are more and more parallels every year with that comparison. From the ideology to moderation to self-petting to like everything.
Obviously, I still want to always be super responsive to the player. So even if it's self-healing under the hood, you should still see everything you do have an immediate reaction in game. So that's why we always predict, and that's why sometimes things go wrong, but we accept that things will go wrong and we roll back. But we try to sort of be right more than we're wrong. So like you said, you know, only be wrong a tiny bit of the time, not all the time.
Well, those coups where leadership changes come with a very long period of frustration. We are yet to see if it's going to be a thing court surrounding. So, you know, also one of the biggest parallels is the money flow. You can draw it in your head, right, yourself. The way the money is acquired by both entities, right?
So, I mean, I wanted to touch on the charter, just, I mean, without going into details, but just because people are asking, you know, what are you doing about it, right? And I think that this kind of audit where we can kind of leverage our programmers, not just to build the features, but all, because, you know, gameplay programmers are going to be in their world when they're doing something. And so they're making the feature, they're trying to make it feel good, you know, and then they're like, it works. That's the happy path, right? Now, let me unplug the internet, right? Let me, you know, unplug the internet for 2 seconds and plug it back in, right? Or it's like, it's basically, you know, on the online side, we call it chaos engineering, which is more like, let's kill processes and see what happens so that we can recover. On the game side, I think that we kind of need to bring this perspective to the table to every developer so that they can evaluate their own work against, you know, basically a rag sheet of like, explain the longest async chain in this component, and does it have every path handled, and can it be retried, right? Well, just with that, I solved half the bugs that we can see in some of the systems that interact with cloud services specifically are the areas that are there. Now there's way more principles and stuff to look at in the area, but that's what we've been doing, is to basically like bring this so that it's not just the leaders that bring it, the sort of the hammer down of like, you need to do this way and this is what we do. It's more like bring it as a culture throughout the gameplay teams and the engineering teams.
There's a we're going to get into our end game here and talk about some. We've been talking about a bunch of generalized stuff. We're actually going to get into literal bugs here in a bit and do a little pseudo bug smashers here for a little bit. Before we get to that, because that's our last part, and then we got to go and whatnot. The conversation that you're seeing here today is the kind of thing that makes me still be here. It's all that.
Yeah, how open we are, how we talk about things. Oh yes, keep telling keep telling us this, Jared, how no other company does this. Yeah.
There's this idea that happens often that any video game company is a monolith. That everybody that works for a video game company all thinks the same thing, all works the same way, all has the same level of experience and philosophies and stuff like that. And if there's anything, if you've watched we just looked at it the other day, it's like 1,600 videos that I've made for this place this time. If you watch all of those, the first thing you should know is it's not a monolith. We're not a monolith. No studio is a monolith. There are people with different ideas and different philosophies and different aptitudes all working together to try to make this creative thing. You'll see 100 quotes online about how the creation of a video game is more miracle than anything else. That we take this time and show that we're not perfect. That we take this time to show that even after 14 years, 15 years, we're still learning. We're still developing. We're still changing the way that we work. We're still getting better at stuff. It's easy to weaponize that against us. Oh, they don't have any idea what they're doing, or I can't believe they're still figuring this out. This like this. Because I see the comments. I know there's those of you out here that will do that, and there's nothing that I'm going to say or do here today that will stop you from doing that. So do what you're going to do. But I love, and I think it's more honest, and I think it's more in line with what this project set out to do back in 2012, to sit here, to have these shows and have these moments and be like, yeah.
You are nothing about the project you set up to do in 2012. That is bunch of fucking lies. Nothing about the original vision is here anymore.
We're working on it. We're figuring out. We're changing the way we work. We fell behind in this area. We have to change the way that we build things for an MMO as opposed to what we were doing before and stuff like this. I just always appreciate anytime somebody comes on the show and is willing to roll those dice, because there will be people. There are already people in the chat now. There will be people on YouTube. There will be people on Reddit like this who will take the things said here today and weaponize them. And that's fine. It happens. It's always going to happen. It'll never stop happening. But it doesn't stop you from coming here and being as candid as you are. And I really appreciate that. We really did meet at like 9 o'clock this morning and for 3 hours talked about everything. Like, were we still going to do this show? It's how do we do this without being as honest and as candid as we are and stuff like this. It just sounds like we just kind of do it. When you don't know what to do, usually I find the truth is the safest bet. So with that said, unless you have something you want to add, I want to get to the last kind of phase.
I got one more thing.
You got one more thing?
That was in my list that I just wanted to touch on, which is shard lock.
No.
The fact that I'm bringing it.
By all means. What's shard lock, Benoit?
Yeah. Well, so I want to say first that shard lock is it's kind of a community word. We didn't come up with this, actually. But the way we've architected Star Citizen, even though it's an MMO, we operate it from an ops side of things like a match-made game, right? When you come in and you pick a shard or you shard hop to one of your friends.
Can I please stop being matchmaked, CAG? Can I please stop being curated by your useless logic? Can you please stop matchmaking me to my friends list? So to actually hope the shard, I have to remove the entire friend list. I don't want to see the same names over and over again, like I'm in a local server that is playing like Counter-Strike in my house connected with a COM port. I want to be able to select the shard I want to join. I want to be able to interact with people, with random people I decide to interact. Can we stop having this? No one asked for that logic. No one. The logic you're trying to do is, you're trying to enforce me to be connected to certain shards I'm not interested to be connected in, and to certain people I'm not interested to be connected in. Stop doing this. I want to hear nothing about the shitty matchmaking. Give me the shard list. Give me the actual population, concurrent population number. Show me all the shards and let me pick my own experience like I do in any other MMO. You either divide the shards to be permanent and databases to be separated, or let me, if it's a united database, then let me select my shards, please, and stop matchmaking me. I never asked for that. That's not what I paid for. Just stop. Give me the list, or give me at least an option, a checkbox in options where I can put it on and it will say, do not use the friend list or previous server while matchmaking. And it would become the same thing if I have no friend list, nothing. I just connected to a random shard. Please, that's all I ask of you without the I don't need that matchmaking. Is the stupidest one of the stupidest things you did? Who asked for this? Why do you need this? That it's bad. Please get rid of it. I don't want to hear anything about it. I will have to hear something about it, but I don't want to.
You're just getting one of the shards that's currently running, right? And the process of bringing your character and unstowing it into the shard and then allowing you to unstow items from your inventory down into the shard and putting it back up there and getting out of there, right? Is kind of our attempt at not applying a classic MMO setup, server setup to Star Citizen, where you would create your character on a server, which then needs to run at all times, that when it's low population, we need to consolidate, that we need to character transfer or character rename, and this typical kind of...
No, I played Black Desert Online years ago that had like shards, but they were all connected in the database. It doesn't matter which shard you would play, like just some shards would have certain bonuses because of certain reasons, but you could connect to any shard at any time. And guess what? You were able to select the shard you're connecting to and see its population. Stop trying to make it look like it's something unique you came up with. The only reason is you just don't allow us the selection. That's it.
MMO grid system, right? It's a company desire to not do that pattern and to instead keep it fluid like it is now. So shard lock is a little bit of a price to pay for the rapid movement between shards. Your character will need to stay in the shard until the hybrid decides that you're properly disconnected, that you've been gone, or that you're coming back or not, and then move you back up. Now, in Forwright, we did run into some issues for some players. So there's a subset of players that ended up being shard lock. In this case, it was because of an infrastructure failure, a small knock-on from a change that we made to as part of imprint. But basically, these characters we track where you are with what we call the stow context. And so for the entities that we care about, because we don't care about every entity, your player entity is definitely one we care about, we track where it is in the game world using your stow context. So are you stowed in the global inventory, and in what inventory are you stowed? Or are you unstowed in a shard, and if so, in which shard? The problem that some characters ran into is that some players are not very patient with the system when they go back to the main menu. And so they would go back to main menu and see, oh, your character's still in the shard, right? Or they would kill the client. Sometimes they do that. Kill the client, come back in, and then, oh, your character's still in the shard. I'm shard locked. Character repair. Well, the character repair in that case is the one that would cause the problem, where now the player would never get stowed because the repair would try to repair your character. And anyway, there's a bug there that made it so that now your character cannot be stowed. And so these players were shard locked. Some others ran into another condition. It was a fairly small subset of players overall that got in that situation, but it took us a while to identify the root cause. That fix been deployed. But I just wanted to mention that shard lock in and of itself isn't a bad thing.
It's a mechanic, so you cannot fucking combat lock in the middle of battle. That's all fine. A shard lock is very tied to your recent actions, and in a lot of cases, you will get shard locked because it's basically a combat lock mechanic. That's like absolutely fine. Yeah.
Enables us to have the flexibility to bring you into another shard kind of transparently, but we need to wait for the process to finish on your current shard before we can move you up, right? Now we've put in place, we are in the process of putting in place active monitoring for players that get unstowed in shard and stay there for a long period of time, so that we can attempt self-corrective actions if we run into that condition again, so that this way we don't need to chase the actual source. We can actually get some self-healing in place. But I just wanted to touch on what shard lock is and why it's kind of normal, and that it's better to be a little bit patient with it than to jump to character repair right away.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything to add to that. That was...
Me neither. Sounds really good. It's not shard lock, unless we have to.
Yeah.
And if you shard lock, just wait for a bit and you'll be good.
Yeah. So much of what we've talked about today is essentially growing pains of this. At the end of 2024, you know, the leadership of the project had a good, strong look at everything that we were doing and the direction that we had been going and stuff like that. Instead,
Nice. So, did you hear what he just say? At the end of 2024, the leadership has a strong look at what we're doing. So, like, they don't look at the project and where it's going, like, every day. Are they so consumed by Squadron 42? I mean, yes, they are, but there's your answer. In that fucking phrase, that's literally your answer. Holy
and
shit,
is
bro.
this going to get us where we want to go? And it was decided, no, we're not going where we want to go. So we switched things up in January 2025. And, you know, after Rich went on stage and said, this is the road to 1.0, we've been on this road. All of these major content drops, Stormbreaker to ASD to Rockcracker and stuff, these are all locations in the 1.0 story. They have content that you're playing now and everything, but these are all part of this larger roadmap of the major story of 1.0 that will come online with that, and the gameplay that's designed to take you through the 5-star systems and like that. We are actively building.
They're just confirming what he's saying right now. They're just literally confirming that Star Citizen is going to be a multiplayer, single-player game where there is no sandbox, there is no player interaction. It's just a one-time storytelling drive in a multiplayer mode. That's what it is. It's crazy.
1.0 out in front of everybody and stuff, and we made more progress in the last 18 months than we did probably in the 4 years prior to that. I'd see if I get in trouble for saying that, but it's what I believe.
Well, you always want to accelerate, so.
Yeah, well, you know, it's just, and the results have spoken for themselves. There's this thing. There's this thing they don't really talk about in most much. It's concurrency and daily active users. Concurrency is how many people you have online at any given time.
Yeah, what's the number?
At any given time. And daily average users is how many individual people come in.
What's the number, Jared?
Game during
Open
the day.
your mouth. What's the number? No, we're not going to show you, and we're not going to show you the selection of shards.
Normally, these numbers are not revealed publicly.
Oh, finally!
It's just if you go and you search for World of Warcraft DAU and whatnot or whatever, you're not going to find them. You're going to find.
Oh, give me a second. Give me a second, guys. You're not going to find it. Give me a second. Give me a second. Do I need to update to see it? I might need to update to see it. I just wanted to show you the concurrency on the Even Line launcher. Yeah, but you all know the drill. Yeah, it's updating, unfortunately. But I just wanted, like, this is so much full of bullshit. Here we go, 32K. Concurrent number of Even Line players. There we go. I just will not show me until I update the client. This is so much bullshit. You cannot even, like, comprehend. So many games do that. So many games do that. And then majority of games are published on Steam, so even if not by developer, you can be pretty accurate at what the concurrency is using sites like Steam database and all that.
You're going to find a bunch of estimates and stuff. One of the things that we're discussing internally right now is actually exposing that.
Oh my God, exposing that, no, you should have done it fucking 5 years ago when everyone was asking.
Because even with,
they have to discuss it internally.
4.8 and whatnot. And 4.8 had its share of stuff. Obviously, we don't need it. We literally just sat here and talked about it. But it also had some tremendous successes. The daily average users, for instance, I'm waiting for the numbers. I just sent the request.
No one cares for daily average users because that user could be a dude who'd log in. Oh my god, this game is shit still. Out of 4.
The request. Thank you. Thank you, Michael Smith and whatnot. Oh, I just made him an accomplice.
That's it.
All right, if I get in trouble for doing this and whatever. So versus 2024 numbers. Let's just go by month here to show what this progress, because it's one thing for me to say that it's been the great 18 months and whatever, but if you don't have data to back it up,
Just move on.
Bullshitting. I'm just saying.
You are
here's the
bullshitting
data.
anyway.
In January, 2024 versus 2026 saw a 30.1% increase in daily average users. 30.1% between what?
What are the numbers, Jared? Do you know that if I would created a game and it had one player, if then a second player would start playing in a year, it would be 100% increase, Jared. Can you comprehend that?
We were the number of users who were logging in and playing Star Citizen before and after this last and as part of this last 18 months.
Oh, I'm getting so triggered.
In February, 2024 to 2026, 63.8% increase in daily average users.
It's nothing.
And stuff like
it's
that.
like
March, 50.2%. April, 59.8%.
Yeah.
May's always a big month for us. It was a modest increase of 14%. Because May and November always draws everybody back and whatever. Never had a problem getting people in May and November. And then in June, which is when 4.8 and like this, 55.4% increase.
This is so cringe.
Over 2024.
This is so cringe. It's more cringe than when I watched yesterday the video where Catnuts linked how blatantly a news channel was advertising the KFC rebranding, talking about like tasting the chicken and getting your fingers dirty and no bones. That was like, I thought the world deserved a World War III for that. If we have that content on a news channel, I thought that was cringe. This is more cringe than that.
5.1% over 2025 and whatnot. So it's been 25 and 25 over the last 2 Junes and whatever. The game is unequivocally going in the right direction. It's the amount of users we have, the amount of people that are engaged. This isn't new signups. These are people who are actively playing the game. Is increasing every day on average by 50%. 50%. Which is a growth that Star Citizen has not had at any point like this. And I imagine some aspect of that has to affect all of these issues. Issues that were this big before become this big when all these people go in. But the reason those numbers are...
How are you building a $1 billion game where your concurrency is around like 15 to 30K and you're already struggling and you're talking about, oh, more players are playing, it's already a problem. Like, how you're not building like the databases to be scalable to at least like 100, 200, 300 players online. 100,000.
Improving is because of the work that you're doing and Rich,
I need to finish this sandwich, otherwise...
and all those guys are doing to make Star Citizen into the thing that it was always supposed to be. And we weren't going in the right direction like this for the last 18 months there, and it's proving out in the numbers and whatever. So it's... My heart's... I don't know if you can hear my heartbeat right now. I'm way out over the ledge at this moment. I don't know. If we're gonna sit here and we're gonna talk about everything that was wrong and whatnot, stuff like this, I don't think it's fair
I think it's not fair you talking about the concurrency numbers and then not naming them, Jared. I think that's the only thing that is not fair.
Without also saying that these guys out there, yeah, they've got some work to do. There's some bugs to fix. There's some performance optimizations that are needed, but they are killing it. You are killing it. And so
It's such a fucking gaslighting.
the
Yeah.
numbers speak for themselves. So thank you, and we'll see if I back next week for another show.
Stop like fucking pretending. I hate it. Every single of those words went through multiple iterations of being allowed by superiors. Just stop it. Like, stop. You're fucking looking retarded, Jared, doing that. Oh my God. This is so frustrating.
There are a lot more players, that's for sure.
There are a lot more players. There are so many more players now than there was a year ago. And it's just, I feel like that has to play, that has to say something about how successful we've been, even in spite of all this stuff, even in spite of my very clear frustrations.
Yeah.
Poor Seb and
This is just
Lauren
embarrassing,
and
bro.
whatnot. They got a message from me about an hour and a half before a show and says, strike the set, we're doing something different, we're not doing the show. It's like, and they're just like, what? So thank you for allowing me. That said, before we go, I have a letter I want to read, and then we're going to get into a thing. This is from the lead producer on Star Citizen. So this is the producers are at all levels. You know, you've seen directors. You don't see a lot of producers. You don't see a lot of producers on the shows and whatnot. Usually because they're too busy running around making sure everybody else is doing their work and like, I don't got time for you. We tried to get Phil here today for this and like this, and again, too busy going through and making sure everything. But he has
What say about me? Yeah. Wait a minute. I'm also really busy.
You're almost never here, Jens. You're clearly very busy. Honestly, it's been a while that doesn't seem to have anything going on.
That's why he's up in the middle of the night.
I know. So I'm gonna read this letter from Phil, and we're gonna go into our last section here. Okay. So after the release of 4.8.0, we reassessed our bug prioritization process. We're into the bug phase of the show here. Instead of having priority determined by the development team and validated by QA, we handed over the selection, some elements of the selection and prioritization in certain categories of bugs to the player experience team. The player experience team is internally always pushing and advocating for issues that players are most impacted by. So,
Yay. Now finally, all the shit I sent to Winter, XLB, and others might actually get some priority. I cannot believe it.
this should, in theory, address a perceived disconnect between us as developers fixing a lot of issues and players feeling like little hesitation.
No shit. No shit. Yeah, how many years I've been telling them to do that? To actually start listening to their player experience team? To, like, cut some part of this stupid disconnect because the devs never play their game? How many years now? Bro, they're so slow, it's crazy. They're like 5 years behind on every possible decision they can make. It's insane.
Improved. Now, that's not to say that the priorities in the past were detached from what players reported on Issue Council, Spectrum, or Reddit, but clearly things weren't working as well as they could have been. With 4.9, we will work through a newly refined list of issues affecting instance hangars, freight elevators, quantum travel, star map, inventory, docking. In the past were detached from what players reported on Issue Council, Spectrum, or Reddit, but clearly things weren't working as well as they could have been. With 4.9, we will work through a newly refined list of issues affecting instance hangars, freight elevators, quantum travel, star map, inventory, docking, exploits, login flow, and issues that falsely destroy your ships and more. On top
I wonder by the star map if they mean that, are they actually talking about the backend star map? Like the routing thing, not just like some bullshit with UI. Yeah.
top of that, we're tracking a longer list of quality of life issues with new players report regularly. Many veterans know a lot of convoluted workarounds to some of these issues, but really, they shouldn't have to deal with those to begin with.
This is a road to disaster, guys. Mark my words. This is the road to disaster. The moment an average player will not be busy for the 80% of their game time doing workarounds, they will see how shallow the game is in regard to the gameplay. The moment they free up 80% of time and start actually just doing the same thing as in the 20% of time, is like playing the game, they will see how there is no gameplay in the game. Workarounds is the biggest, most advanced, most skillful gameplay in Star Citizen to date.
And because we want to ensure Star Citizen is as new player friendly as it can be, we're tackling a wider range of common problems that impact this first hour or so of any session. So in addition to the things we're going to go on, there's a new effort about things that specifically affect the very first hour. There are about 80 issues remaining on our priority list. And while we will tackle a lot of them for 4.9, we want to avoid just playing whack-a-mole with some of those bugs. Fixing a lot of bugs is not the same thing as fixing the root causes behind the symptoms that appear as bugs. For instance, freight elevators have seen around 70 or 80 bug fixes this summer. But due to the reactive nature of that endeavor, players don't feel like it's nearly as stable or reliable as it should be. Now, freight elevators will have a lot of interactions with other systems will need to be made reliable, but they're a core gameplay mechanic and must be stable at all times. I misread that sentence, but I'm going to keep going. On the flip side, we had a similar situation with transit in 2024 and early 2025 where we fixed a lot of bugs that didn't seem to make a difference. We then invested that time into building better debugging tools and self-repair flows, that's the self-healing I mentioned before, and yielded a much more stable system, even though on paper, way fewer bugs were actually fixed. We want to repeat this methodical approach with other systems like freight elevators, hangars, and more. For that reason, we don't expect everything to be magically solved for 4.90, and I wouldn't read it if he did. We will continue this initiative beyond that into 4.10 and beyond, but we're more confident that in this new the same approach that we use for transit to bring these systems in line with the scale and complexity requirements that Star Citizen has in 2026. Now, what we're about to see, or what we're about to talk about, there's nothing to pay on thing, is what people are working on today. Do you have your dashboard up?
I do.
You want to hold your dashboard up for just hold it up for this camera right here. Stay on this camera. No, stay on this camera. There you go. Can you hold that? Hold your computer. No, that camera right there. It's closer.
A bit.
Can you see it?
Forward.
You see it? Oh, that doesn't really look like anything.
Can we get a focus? Oh my god.
Push the Benoit now. Benoit's closer camera.
Brother.
Benoit's camera.
Brother,
Benoit's
just bug fix your camera order, please.
No, it's still overexposed.
Oh.
Right. Anyway, this is a dashboard of what people are working on today. So these particular bugs were prioritized in line with the player experience team. This is a new initiative inside the basically, as Philip said, not just what issue council says and what dev thinks, but we're actually adding a third kind of pillar in here.
So basically what they're saying is they're so open and no other studio does whatever they did, but what other studios have as a basic when they start developing a project, they're coming up only more than a decade after, right? Great, Jared. Very good.
And that's, hey, the player experience team, like the community team, they're both involved in this. It's you are the ones who are seeing what they're anecdotally saying on Spectrum, on Reddit, on Twitch, on YouTube and stuff. Come in with that atypical information, that anecdotal information, and so we can apply the issue council stuff with the developer stuff, with the anecdotal stuff, and find a new way to prioritize which bugs get fixed. So we're going to try this. We're going to see how.
How about a select amount of people in the community, a council, players that have huge experience in this game, actually guiding you through this? Have you thought ever about that, Jarrett? No? Because I know the studios that do this very well, and they succeed. Instead of you trying to guess for the past 10 years.
How it works, and to do more than just say, hey, we're going to do it in a way. We're going to tell you, we're going to go through and tell you what people are actively working on today, and then you can tell us whether we're on the right track. Benoit, what do you got?
Well, so yeah, I thought we would take a look at a couple of those. So I've got all the...
They had that? I never heard about it. If I never heard about it, it means it was probably almost non-existent.
categories that you listed. And
Yeah, give me the category first so I can prime my
right,
mind
prime
into
your
the right
mind
area.
to the right segment. Okay, good. So hangers. I'm gonna start with hangers.
Oh, that's a tough start. Okay, yeah, I'm ready.
So now I'm gonna sort of pick the ones that I think are interesting in the list, right? In each segment. So we're gonna take a look at this. So
These aren't in any particular order. This is just.
no.
Oh, traders in the community under NDA who probably said all they want is to move boxes for insane amount of money, right? And have no risk. That kind of a community console, yeah, that's gonna work for sure. That's gonna fucking work. Absolutely.
It's just some of
They're
what people
they're
are
being
working
worked
on
on
today,
yeah,
right now.
Exactly. So PU multi-locations, instance hangers, exterior hanger doors remain closed while interior hanger door opens. So that's when your hanger interior doors open, but the gateway outside is still locked out.
Yeah, so they belong to two different parts, right? You have the exterior and you have the interior. The interior is yours. You can control that in your instance. The exterior needs to be synchronized with your interior door. So what most likely happens there is, for some reason, your interior thinks you've been given the right to this gateway, or you could have been given a right to a different gateway. And there's an exterior door opening somewhere to a nothing,
Yeah.
and your door is opening to a closed door.
Right.
So there's a few things that could happen there, and normally it's that sort of handshake between the exterior and the interior
Which
via
happens
the
by
notorious ATC.
notorious ATC.
I see Jocksfin in chat says that's a rare issue to happen, but W if you fix it. It's rare for Jocksfin, but we have the luxury of having logging for every single player in the game. And while you've been lucky enough that it's rare for you, it is not for many others.
But this one goes with his little brother, overlapping hangers. So player reposition when landing in hangar ATC given, but seen as trespassing in someone else's hangar results in being repositioned, which I think is sibling.
Yeah, definitely, because you're looking at a situation where you think your interior is being given a certain gateway. You're heading there,
Yeah.
but it's actually someone else's
Yeah.
casa. So you're like
Yeah. Not good.
correctly trespassing, but obviously incorrectly been told
The trespassing
that was
system,
yours.
rock solid. In this case. All right.
The trespassing.
The trespassing system is rock solid, especially in Grimhack's hangars, right, CG? When you're getting killed by bounty hunters, that can go into your fucking hangar, right? Right. It's rock solid, boys. It's fucking rock solid. Rock solid, degenerate gameplay. That's what it is.
System, it's like Johnny on the spot. Hey, you're in the wrong hangar, dude. But you're not supposed to be in the wrong hangar.
Yeah.
No.
And then the third trifecta in this segment, which if you put them all together, is players can get stuck at repositioning player indefinitely after getting impounded. Sorry. And so if
Imprisoned,
you get
yeah.
impounded, there's a chance that the server will never complete the repositioning that's supposed to take you out of your hangar. Most likely in this case, one of our charter elements, which is that there's an asynchronous call, waiting for a callback that never happens. There should be a timeout so that it can be retried and complete.
Yeah.
In this case, it gets stuck there.
Well, it can also be validation for some reason someone has not given us the reposition position that were created are no longer in a valid position. Because I think one of the rules is you will not be repositioned until we know there's floor underneath you.
Right.
So until there's floor,
And that's a
Solid
learning
ground.
because I'm sure that we repositioned before without checking that. And
yes,
that led to some interesting ones.
yes, that was,
Corrosion on Twitch says, I entered my hangar last night and the entire hangar despawned and someone else came into the same hangar and I was EVA in space on the internal geometry of the station.
Sweet. That is definitely related to this.
Yep.
it sounds like his positioning position wasn't amazing
Right.
in that
Yep.
case.
Yeah.
Also does disprove my floor.
Sure.
No, that's a different issue.
Right.
Dude, you're not understanding. That's a different issue. Oh my god. Oh.
This auto refreshes. Interesting. Okay. Maybe there's been progress.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Next one is the one, my personal hangar pet peeve is retrieving vehicle while another occupies the hangar platform will cause the retrieved vehicle to instantly spawn and clip through the vehicle occupying the platform.
All right. So F's in chat if that's ever happened to you. You can keep doing what you're doing.
Okay. And so this is basically typically
That's what I thought. Thank you, chat.
this
Yeah, it's
typically
never happened to anyone.
So funny, yeah. He's such a funny
so
guy,
typically
bro.
this happens when you use the ASOP terminal outside of your hangar, and for some reason your hangar was stowed with a ship on the pad, which normally shouldn't happen, but in this case happens, and so
No, it's wrong. Again, it's wrong. It happens while you stand in a hangar. That is absolutely wrong. They are already gonna work on a wrong solution. You stand in a hangar, you select a new ship, the old ship goes down while you are in the hangar. The new ship spawns under the old ship and they explode or whatever. No, you see what I mean? Like their assumption from the get-go is wrong.
there's a lot of missing checks here where basically we don't check if there's a vehicle there, and so it gets spawned into a direct intersection, which is also very bad for the server because it cannot resolve that, and so one of those two ships is either gonna go. The dreaded pink destruction, if you remember that.
Well, there's still got F's in chat, so I'm going to say that was a high. That's been correctly identified as a high priority.
Yeah.
Right. What else you got? And again, in case you've nodded off after 2 hours here, we're going through the bugs that are actively being worked on today. Not like today, ethereally, like on June 18th right now. There are literally people on these things right now.
Player loses access to persistent hangar at primary residence is a classic one. My character is actually in this state right now.
Where is your hangar? Have you found it?
Area 18.
But is it actually still there?
Yes.
Or is it gone?
No, the hangar is actually there, but I never spawn in it in my case. But I think that in the case of these, where most players
I guess Benoit doesn't know how to work around that issue. Got him.
I've discussed with, the hangar is actually either stowed in another inventory somewhere else for some reason. So that's the hunch so far. We'll see what the team actually comes up with, but that's one that we definitely want to solve. Now I've got more on the hangar side, but I figure in the interest of time, I would keep going with the other categories. We've got login flow related issues. So we talked a bit about shard lock. That's one of them. So basically being a bit more communicative about shard lock and no longer having shard lock at all for players that stay in the shard. 64,008 spawn resolution error. And his little brother, 64,006 disconnection. Again, resolve player location. I can speak to this one a little bit. This is typically a symptom. So if we fix this issue specifically, where the display will change, but what actually happens is that when you connect to a game shard, the replication layer, so the hybrid that's in front of it, is going to coordinate bringing your character into the game world. But he doesn't know to start which of the 10 servers he's running your character should be on. And so he needs one of those servers to help resolve your location so that we can unstow you in the right area in the tree and then hand off authority to the server that's managing this region. The way this is done is that the replication layer will hand this work off to any of the game servers on the shard. Now, when we have Idrises blowing up servers left and right, there's a very high chance that the server this will be handed off to is dead or is in the process of dying and is rebooting. And so what happens in this case is that the player will get to the end of the context establisher task, the CETs, and he will get a 64008 or 12 error. And so we need to make this a bit more robust on that side so that either we know which servers are alive completely, and so that if a server is doing a server reboot, we don't assign him a resolution task. That would be one thing. But also trying to streamline that, right, so that it's a bit more efficient.
Yes. If a server is dead, we shouldn't assign people to it.
Small one I wanted to touch on here was friends list showing 0 out of 1, right, instead of the player counts per shard. So we're rejigging this.
I'm not saying he has to play the game. I'm saying that he's being fed information from bottom to top, and like that information is incorrect.
But it's going to come back. This is a temporary thing.
Is that a priority fix though? I mean, what is that?
In the login flow section, it is.
All right. Well,
It's been reported.
Sure, but it's part of this initiative.
Yes.
Part of this initiative is to make sure that people are on the most
Correct.
important stuff like this. Give me one for. Tell me that somebody's working on docking.
Correct. Let's talk about docking. The very first one,
Okay.
unable to dock using docking collars.
That is problematic, isn't it?
Correct.
Could argue that.
Yeah. We looked at this morning and it was actually resolved when we were talking. It is now reopened. So we're going to have to dive into that. But basically docking is a subject that's always coming back. And this patch has been also contributing to the overpopulation of ships because players would just, basically land on pads and leave the ships there, or, where there's no impound. And so that's a big issue. So first one is unable to dock using docking collars.
So I can quickly just go on.
Yep.
So when you say
Refueling
resolve and then reopen,
is the problem.
So what happens there is the developers, to the best of their abilities, found the issue. They've fixed the issue. They've tested the issue locally, then gone. It's solid.
Mm-hmm.
I know how to cause the error. I put a fix in. My fix has been validated. I've now resolved the issue. But obviously, in this case, what sounds like the feature is not working at all, clearly there is a situation that either they didn't predict or that doesn't happen on a local machine. Again, we talked about you don't have
it works on my machine, but the second it got up to network validation, it fell down.
That said, though, I will say that we have a very, very impressive setup for locally running what is a replica of what we play in live, which is amazing. It's an amazing system.
You've got it. There's an entire pseudo live environment right here in the office.
We call it the CIG dev kits.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, it's really cool.
But
yeah, unfortunately, in this case, clearly,
is there one or two more for docking?
Yeah. After manually docking a vehicle, there is a chance for the docking bridge to lose collision, causing the actor to start TEVA. Most likely close to another issue we've seen on the command module about managing physics skip lists, which is how we, elements we want to skip from collision in certain cases from a given perspective. Yeah, probably related.
Is this when you're trying to dock and it ends up just yeeting you out into space?
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay,
So someone's working.
You don't want the docking collar to collide with your ship and cause lots of problems there, right? So there's a period in time when the two are trying to get together, and
it's just people just need to get good and stop.
They have to dock perfectly.
Cargo services will not respond to hails, making players unable to request cargo loading zone related to ATC and docking in this case.
Can we please just remove cargo services from the game and make people load manually their policy missions?
That's another one we're looking at.
Freight elevators?
Freight elevators, let's skip to that. So hauling missions have no cargo to pick up at the collect location. So this is basically when you get to your mission location and, you know, it's like, hey, pick up this adenite from this location, and you get there and just...
Yeah, but they can do like the same thing. Peaks. What they can do is you have your Hull C stored, and you go to the commodity terminal, and you use the autoload. And when the Hull C is autoloaded the cargo, it just, when you spawn it, it just spawns at the docking collar with the cargo loaded, right? And the same thing for auto unload when selling, right? You dock your Hull C at the docking port, you store it from the docking port, and then you auto sell on a timer, right? And that's it. Pretty much remove the auto loading ability. For whatever reason, Hull C has the only ship that has magical, or has to have the magical, even if it doesn't work, the magical auto loading for cargo hauling missions, while no other ship has that ability, right? That I think that's like, just by game design, that's absolutely unacceptable. You want to autoload the cargo hauling mission, then you give this opportunity to all other ships, right? If so, like, the commodity autoloading, unloading could be solved the way I said. Remove this virtual cargo boxes in general, and if you want to load the hauling mission to Hull C, just like anyone else, you can fly to the exterior elevator and use the exterior elevator to put those cargo boxes on the Hull C. Boom, done. That system was never needed. Remove it.
There's nothing to pick up. So
There's somebody on that right now.
yes.
Again, everything we're talking about in this section has somebody actively assigned to it, working on it right now.
Yeah, that's a bridge between mission and freight elevator, which is interesting. Which is, you know, requires specific people. In this case, freight elevator is not working and displaying an overload error, preventing cargo pickup. Do you want to speak about this one? Because I think we talked about this to death.
Well, I think we talked about the overload error is one of those that's a little bit too generic. That can imply many different things. Similar to the ATC or the ASOP saying your ship is unknown.
Right.
Yeah. You know, it becomes a bit of a catch-all, and
people pull up and it's like they pull up and it looks like it's like a small box and whatever, but they're getting an overload error. The system thinks the small box is a much bigger box, kind of thing.
And like Philip said in the letter you so eloquently read out, obviously we fixed tons and tons of bugs on freight elevators as part of a long-going initiative.
Yeah.
And we probably fixed lots of overload issues as part of that. But because overload is a catch-all, it will, you know, unless you get more granularity.
This will be affected by people throwing the water bottles down.
I was going to say, because that was that thing. That was that thing a year ago when people would put the bottle on top and just kill the entire.
Yeah. Well, it's a variation of that, really, because the freight elevator looks at the volume, right, and will make sure that it's got stuff that you own in it and that there's no overload on it. So that's one of the things.
Yeah, it does have good cleanup. To the point where it was cleaning up layers recently.
See, that's an example where like there's another bug further down, which is you have a chance to lose your cargo by activating the freight elevator kiosk, which is basically a malfunction of that cleanup to prevent the overload. So you know that needs to be solved.
That I like you just casually mentioned the freight elevator eating cargo.
That's the worst.
That's.
Well, for me, that would be at the top. Right?
I mean,
because that goes against.
I mean, I don't need to be Wickelow's PR agent here, but the reason there's a reason for a lot of the bad sentiment about Wickelow is because the freight elevator is eating the cargo.
Yes.
And you know, and it's easy to say, well, this is a Wickelow problem.
No, it's because Wickelow in general is a very shit mechanic. Everything in Wicklow is a fucking workaround because CAG cannot funnel enough finances to have a bigger team who would create proper mission logic, proper mission UI, proper trading window. It's not only about the elevator. Wicklow is a one huge tedious fucking scam that is working on the logic that is worse than the logic in any game I've ever seen in my entire life. And that's why Wicklow, we should have a mission to just assassinate Wicklow and get rid of him forever from Stanton.
It's not a Wicklow problem at all. Wicklow's a disembodied head and torso behind it.
You know, so you don't think it's a sleight of hand that he's going like, yeah, I'll have some of that.
And whatnot. It's this freight elevator.
Why can't Wicklow pull from my station inventory? Why does it have to go down the elevator? Because the what I just said, Star Citizen is not getting enough funding. All the money go to Squadron 42. There is no people who would actually code that. Like, that's it. Like how it's that simple. Like, you would never do a mission giver in any reasonable game company the way they did the Wicklow, but it was done the way it was done because the game designers were tied to the tools that they have at their hand, and they basically had to break their own fingers to even make it work.
It's this freight elevator issue. This is.
Or maybe Wicklow runs a 000 graveyard and we didn't know about it.
Well, Wicklow's secretly my boss, and he's the one that's threatening to fire me every time.
No, man. that is
Confirm
exactly
Chris Roberts is Wicklow?
Yes. This violates
I mean,
the first
with the level of scam, it makes sense. Yeah.
principle in the charter we're putting in place, which is player items are sacred.
But it does also highlights that in the same in the inventory, there's this fragility in the transition between the physical world and the virtual kind of UI world that a lot of the sort of inventory lives in. If sort of backend, a visualization of the backend, it's a virtual item in a way, and the physical item.
I don't want to spend. We're over our allotted time and stuff, and you literally have an airplane to catch to go back, but it's. I'm sorry. The freight elevator disappearing cargo thing is my major major thing, and again,
it's not your major thing, Jared. You don't deal with that.
Simpleton's hat on it. It seems like it would just be. It's like, okay, like you got an order of operations. You've got to delete. Shouldn't the delete just be the absolute last? Shouldn't you just complete every other action that you're supposed to do? Your mission checking, blah blah blah, and then delete is at the end. It sounds like delete's just happening too early.
Yeah. Well, in this case, it's a function of the cleanup. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be the cleanup, right? And it's something added to prevent.
They fly in Benoit all the time for releases, quarterly. He flies from Canada to Manchester for I think he appears like 4 times a year. I assume obviously he combines his visit with in person like other. He's not just flies to do this video and back, right? He obviously goes in person with certain developers in Manchester and all that, so it's like just a part of the visit, I assume. So yeah, I don't see anything bad in that, and it's fine.
And another issue now causing an issue that's worse than what we were trying to prevent in the first place. That we come back to.
That makes more sense. Okay.
Again, what Philip said in his letter. This is one of the places where we want to go back and kind of go like, right. So it might mean that in short term you're not seeing like bing, 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 lots of like individual fixes, but we're going to go like, what's actually at the very bottom of this? Where is it?
So it looks like it's an issue with Wicklow, but it's actually an issue with the freight elevator. It's actually an issue with the cleanup system.
And it's actually an issue with the entirety of the flow of development in this company.
Exactly. So can we make the cleanup system?
So the cleanup system is giving the freight elevator a bad rep, and the freight elevator is giving Wicklow a bad rep, and the issue is okay.
Yeah. Or maybe we can find a way that we don't need the cleanup at all.
Yeah. All right.
cleanup system.
So the cleanup system is
better.
giving the freight elevator a bad.
Or moving out is freight elevators being inoperable, going inoperable completely, which is still a thing, which you know we've had multiple fixes for, but you know that's one that we definitely need to close out. Should I jump into QT and star
I was
map?
going to say, let's do QT and star map.
Let's go.
So quantum travel route resets after setting route. That's
It's annoying when the sat-nav does that.
yeah,
That's,
yeah, not good.
so, it's like, it's not exactly, I was about to say it's not game breaking. It is game breaking because you can't get to where you're going. That's pretty darn game breaking.
You see how he stopped himself from sounding as an absolute idiot? Because if you play this game on a daily basis, you understand how game-breaking it is, how frustrating and mind-numbing it is every time you try to route somewhere you want to throw your monitor out of the window, right? Thanks God he stopped himself from saying that, right?
But it ends up working after a second or a third or a fourth.
Or ends up not working at all, and you have to manually jump somewhere and then try to plot it, Jared.
Attempt and whatever. That's which is what I mean by the thought was it's not game breaking, but it's just one of those things. It just makes things look so bad. It's like it's like
Yeah, it needs to be
it should
flawless.
just be.
Have you ever participated in PvP and you need to warp out and you cannot do that?
Because that's again a traversal system, right? The star map becomes like the routing system. So
Yeah.
you know,
And I think you know, again, from gameplay point of view, I don't want to sound super apologetic or anything, but that routing is one of those that it's written for a few technology iterations ago now. So we got some interesting changing coming with
Yeah.
one of the future.
It undermines
It's really hype, I think.
Yeah,
Yes.
little seemingly simple things like that, small things, not simple, small things like that just really erode confidence in anything. Like if I can't even plot where I want to go and you can't get me there, it's like, it's just.
What are we talking about? At least this time he phrased it properly. If you cannot do the core thing in the game, what are we even talking about?
So.
Also, the first one is it resets. Next is doesn't plot around obstacles.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
next
a good
is
one.
While
That's good they have it on the list because I was wondering if they were going to name it. Okay. At least this part is somewhat interesting.
in station, destination on opposite side won't set route. Those are the main ones. I think there's more obviously being worked on, but those are the main ones I wanted to call out. The on QT, tunnel exit can be in the same system as entrance, where you basically go through the quantum jump successfully. Right? You're piloting it right. You're doing all the things right. You get to the end, and then you're back in Stanton.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's not great. So we're looking into that at the moment.
I think more and more with that issue, it helped me to not jump instantly. I have a feeling there is some weird shit going on with that tunnel where it needs time to actually properly talk between two systems and establish the connection. Like, I have a feeling if you jump too early, the wormhole space is not able to create a handshake fast enough with the exit system, destination system. So you gotta give it time to establish that connection. That's what it feels for me. Like, it's a very dumb way to describe it. Not professional, not technical, but that's just the feeling I get.
I mean, forgive me for being blunt, hasn't some version of that bug existed since we added jump points in 4.0?
Of course.
Yes. Different source cause though, I believe.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's one of those things where you fix that cause, and then you fix 7-Up, and then Pepsi shows up, and you fix Pepsi, and then yeah. So it's
that's why coupled with this effort of prioritizing these issues, there's also the robustness evaluation we're doing across the board, right? Because it's not just about getting the bugs fixed and then they break again. It's about trying to change the culture behind how we fix them, and then sort of what we check in the periphery of the fix, right? So
Man, it's like they just all of this should have come so many years ago. It's crazy. I'm not talking about the bug fixes. I'm talking about the approach they're just start to think about right now. Right.
make sure it's root cause analysis and that it's not just a patch on top of another one, right? So that's quantum in general. I got more if you want to keep going.
Please
Star
keep
Map.
going.
Oh, I guess that was Star Map.
That was Star Map and Quantum. Yeah.
We haven't said one word about exploits.
We haven't said one.
Okay,
word
well,
on
we did.
exploits.
Technically, the part.
I want to see on top of that the better usability. Remember, like a month ago, I was complaining a lot about like how much time you spend in the useless animations in the map, right? And then the basic function, like I would go to UX and I would click once here in this field and I would do titanium, tick, 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 dun. That's what I want to be able to do in a star map. Like I cannot do that. I cannot like tab. I cannot use arrows to do that. It's all broken. That shit should be worked out in map. It should be a normal functionality. I shouldn't be like just trying to do everything through mouse clicks.
Where you could buy the weapon or whatever item it was, and then you could break it down, and then you could sell the broken down materials for 4 times what it.
But that's worse than an exploit. That's legal and legit in this case, because we put those prices in, right? So it's not an exploit in this case. But we are tracking several potential exploits that that range. We're not going to go into details into exploits because that's kind of an area that we don't want too public about.
Yeah.
You don't want people to be using those exploits if they are confirmed or.
Yeah.
Well,
we benefit. We benefit from those people not knowing we know what we know. It lets us track. It lets us learn more.
This story is old as many, many years. They're still saying the same thing. I mean, to be honest, that argument is fair. So
about it. It lets us find not just that cause of it, but that cause of it and that cause of it. When it's very easy. It's very easy to be frustrated when you see an exploit go and continue. It's like, why the hell isn't CIG doing something about it? It's like, well, no, we are. We're baiting the hook. It's like if we smack this cause of it now, then we never get to see this one and we never get to see this one. So there are reasons why we leave these things going for perhaps longer than some people would prefer, because it's how we find out how it's happening. It's how we find out who is doing it, and it's like this. So it's just it's
ooh, scary.
That's one of those ones where I could see why it's frustrating, but it's actually the process working.
Yeah. So we're tracking exploits across different range of types of exploits, whether they're environment exploits or related to the economy exploits or duping or adjacent duping or mission bypass, things like that. So we're tracing a bunch of those. We're tracking. We have a great team doing this work, by the way, like that support the developers across with all our crazy questions about what, who, and when, and how. And so these guys are doing great supporting us. We did not talk about inventory. We kind of skimmed over it.
I don't know, we could do a whole hour on inventory. Go right ahead.
Yeah, but so items that are being worked on today, like you mentioned, so inventory becomes unavailable and contents of backpack station loot inventory is empty. So this player reporting, I've lost everything. Well, so from our findings so far, you haven't lost everything. It's really the inventory is not loading it for some reason, and it will come back. Some of the backend modifications we've done recently are going to help on that front. When double-clicking an armor item in the inventory and the adjacent armor item is also equipped, that's a regression in 4.8. And so that's a bit of an issue because, click a core armor and installs the helmet that's above. I know the team's working on that. The undersuit icon slot in the player inventory will be missing after being sent to Klesher. I think that's by design. No, I'm joking. But yeah, that's an issue. So if you go to prison,
You saying criminals don't deserve
yeah,
undersuits?
there's no undersuits for criminals. But no, I'm joking. So we got to fix that. What else are we looking at here? When opening the inventory and the player has a lot of items, it can be delayed opening it with no items available or missing icons. So icon rendering in the inventory has had a lot of work in 4.8 to speed up the rendering. We're still not where we want to be. Like, we've optimized the way the UI is actually rendering them, the way the actual panes is constructed. But now we need to really look at the RTT graphics side of this to make that super snappy. The goal is really, you press I, it's all there. There's no delay at all. And so we're not there yet, but we do want to get there. Now, this is even more pronounced on very large inventories at the moment. So,
Yeah, and if the delay for whatever reason is because we haven't yet been able to populate your snapshot of your inventory, there should be an indicator.
yeah.
I think they just got lost in transits. I know the guys were talking about that.
Yeah.
Spinning icons.
Spinny icons, yeah, because the state needs to be displayed as well. That's the key.
Ideally, never happen. Of course.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the icons have been kind of questionable for years, but you're talking about the recent.
Yes.
The recent. It's a different problem with the icons than the issues we've had with the icons before.
Right.
It's not about the look.
Come on,
it's
move on,
about
boys.
the timings and getting them on screen,
On
like
screen and timing.
like Benoit wants them right
Like
away.
that. There's one more that I want to call out on inventory, which is like there is a the way it's written is item lost when equipped by mouse click, which is a bit crazy, but there's a case where items don't end up where you think they end up, and so people think they're lost. We don't have evidence that they're lost yet, but they don't go where you're supposed to go. Yeah, exactly.
I'm pretty sure that is actually the definition of lost.
Lost in.
I expect it to be in this place, but it's actually in some place else.
But no, normally it can be found again by doing it again, because it goes where it goes is the same. So your next item will go to the same place, which will then replace that item and either send it back or put it into your hands when you realize this. This is again about the going from the sort of virtual item to the physical item. We put it on you, but like hidden, and then you play out the performance of putting it into your hand from that state, rather than just popping it into your hand.
Yeah.
It's that fragility in the some more complex
Scenario.
when you have multiple async systems. They have to go through lots of steps.
I didn't go through most of the first hour hardening that we're doing as well, but there's a lot of issues that are being tracked from the first hour of gameplay. Like basically, you're a new player, you come in, what's your first hour of gameplay? So this goes from ship combat behaviors, rubber banding. We talked about server performance here. That definitely is related. Turning off the power and back on the power on the selected starter ships doesn't also turn on the radar. These are things. These are a bit more less critical, but critical to the first hour of gameplay, right? So that gives you a bit of an idea.
All right. Somebody in the chat. When we were talking about exploits, it's like it would be easier if you told us what an exploit is and isn't, whatever. And I've been thinking about that. It happened like 5 minutes ago, and whatnot. It's sticking in my head, because it's like we can't give a list of exploits because that just draws a bunch of people to those exploits and makes the problem worse. Like that's just not something any online game does. And there's a long established history, predates CIG, why you can't do that.
Ah man, I wish CIG followed other established practices in online game design besides that predates CIG.
And I'm like, and then sometimes sometimes I'm known for being a little snarky.
Really?
Surprise. And so my brain was like, it's like if you get that little excited feeling in your stomach, like you're getting away with something that somebody would be upset with if they found out about it, that's probably a good indicator that it's an exploit. And if you don't have that, then I'm like, it's like my brother never had that, so I'm like, that's what I wanted to say. I'm like, no, my little brother never possessed that, so I'm like, well, that's not going to work either. So I don't know, guys. I don't know an effective way of explaining what is an exploit and what isn't an exploit. It's just try to utilize whatever judgment you have. If you don't know, ask a friend. Maybe it's like I said. I was all ready with that snarky answer, and then I remembered my own brother would never. Maybe is my brother a bad person? I don't think so.
Maybe he is.
Anyway, I'm way off the reservation there. So yeah, everybody, that's our show.
Thank you. Oh.
I hope. I think about how I want to say this. We threw the old show away. We did a little bit of it here at the end. We did what you just saw was a little bit of what we had in the old show, and whatnot. So I apologize. I hope you don't mind us taking the opportunity to have this conversation with you. Again, this is part of our schedule stuff. You were here. You're literally, it's no coincidence that you're over here and right now to do this. It's part of our schedule stuff that we set out to do back at the beginning of 2025 and stuff. I really appreciate that we get to do this. I really appreciate you guys taking the time to do this. I appreciate that you will sit through and listen to this. And I already said everything I need to say before. For those of you who choose not to weaponize it and choose to recognize that we are human beings who will make mistakes, but on the whole are doing work that I'm incredibly proud of. I appreciate you. That's it for our show. I think we're back. I have no idea if we're back next week or whatnot, but after that, I will say all of this talk right now is meaningless without action.
Yeah. Where's the action, Jared?
We've been on this cadence. If you follow the cadence of patches this year, you should know that 4.9 is scheduled for the middle of July. It was the end of January and the end of March, and then in May we switched to the middle. The next one is June. It follows the same cadence as last year. We just had ones in the middle. So the cadence has been in place for 18 months now. The next patch is scheduled for the middle of July. I don't have specific answers for you yet, but I know there are conversations going on about whether that should happen or not. Whether 4.9 goes ahead as planned, but we remove content from it. Whether we keep the content in and we push that release back further to give it more time to address. The only thing I can confidently comment on right now is that the people in this room and the other big decision makers that are having this conversation right now do not want a repeat of what just happened. So we're going to through one method or another, whether it's removing content from 4.9 that we don't think is ready, or whether it's pushing 4.9 back until the content is. I don't know which direction we're going to take, but none of what we've talked about today is worth anything without meaningful action. So stay tuned to find out which direction that goes. Check in with your roadmap roundup, and I'm sure there'll be an announcement from the community team or whatever about which path we go. But that's it. That's our show. Thanks for watching. I'm Jared. That was Benoit. That was Jens. I think your mom was in chat. Jens, there was at least one person here who was like totally in love with you. Was like they should be on the show every week and whatnot. So
I agree. Should be on the show every
so hi Jens' mom. I'm assuming. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time, everybody.
Thank you.
There was a PR hit after all, yeah. Well, a bunch of yapping about nothing, a little bit of an interesting information, bunch of lies, bunch of pretending they don't understand, pretending no one ever warned them about anything. Things we've been talking about for many years. They somehow discovered just now. Very bad aftertaste is all I can tell you, boys. Very bad aftertaste after all of this. Such a bad aftertaste. I kind of want to play Dinos instead of playing Star Citizen. Not gonna lie. Oh well. Yeah, guys. While taking this break between SCL and the game itself, I would use this for a little call to action. CTA. If you guys are not aware, I've been partnered on another green streaming platform. So if you want to support me in other way than spending money on me, you can always go and also lurk at that platform. You can even mute the tab. It doesn't matter where you want to talk. I am there under the name of Cutlet. It will help me out a bunch if you do that. To slowly get that platform spooling. Okay, Diddy is in a PU. I'm gonna join on Diddy. Let me see. Let me join the voice. Hey, yo, boys, how are you doing?
Hello.
Hello, hello. That was quite pathetic. Not gonna lie, there were some interesting points made, but there was 3 hours of such a big brainwash. It's crazy.
I had to mute the stream, not because of you, but because of Jared.
I understand that. It's crazy. One good thing I heard is the player experience team will have more weight now. This is nice. I don't know how it's going to be represented in their actions, but this is definitely nice to like see and hear. We'll see how it works out.
What do you think of Ollie's content manager role? What do you think that's going to be?
Wait, what?
You know, have you not heard that Ollie has been appointed as a content manager?
Ollie 43?
Yeah.
I barely follow his content. He's a good guy, but it's like he's another like guy who is just being like positive and blind to the issues the project have. So I usually don't follow. Like he's a super nice guy, but I don't follow usually those content creators.
It was all over Reddit this morning.
And yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he's been appointed. I believe it's under Jared.
Oh.
So I think Jared's content director or whatever, and
yeah,
Ollie's content manager. Whether or not that's sort of marketing content as opposed to
everything is marketing.
In-game content.
Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, I have no opinion on that. I honestly have no opinion on that. Apparently, I sold something
you
here.
In yours, mate?
Come again?
Are you ready for an invite?
Yeah, I'm on your server.
You're just gonna hold this to cool one and sell, then go for whatever. I couldn't find any of the defense contracts, so I guess they didn't reactivate them.
Yep, they didn't.
It didn't get.
I generally don't even know what to do. Like,
we could have a blast doing a TSG with the new carrier ship.
bro, I'm running like a blind chicken. Where is the exit from this forsaken place? What the fuck is going on? Holy shit, the station. Dude. Okay. Oh, it's here. Okay.
Has the co-pilot got access to weapons, or is it only the turret gunners?
Gunners.
Turret seats.
Only turret seats on this one. You gotta go down to first floor and get in the side turret if you want a turret. Two back seats up here is tractor beam seats.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. But we don't need those.
I don't need them.
It's deploying the defense cargo, whatever that is.
What are these? Menses here, multiples that I can spawn, but they're not. But they're not scrapped. It's the same thing Katniss was having, I think.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle, please visit us again.
right, let's I'll finish some. I have some cargo.
Yeah, me too. I just have cargo on the ship right now.
Yeah, imagine that's where we got to, bro.
Oh, we gotta provide the content for other people.
Oh, sorry guys, I fucked up that on stream. My bad. What? Wait. Wait. I did spawn a ship.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Oh, it's now just gone. I have to claim it. Perfect. Hey, thanks God I didn't have cargo. Love it.
I took out the carrier just in case it put me in the wrong hangar because I landed on location. And yes, it stuck the carrier ship inside a medium hangar and it was sticking through the roof. So I actually had to back to menu, come back in to fix it.
TDL. I found a competitor. Apparently you're behind the solo Tiburoni. On the street, man. Haha, I just realized it yesterday. By day, yes, by day. I never knew. I never knew. All right, well, we're gonna do some conspiracy there, TDL. I'm gonna do a stream he will never notice while he is asleep. At least one thing I'm ahead in. I'm pretty sure you're always ahead in bed. What I'm gonna do? I don't know yet. I need to finish some trading business, lol.
All those new defense missions and the carrier ship could have been fun.
Could have been fun, yeah. Ready for the Isle tonight? Yeah. Absolutely.
Playing dinosaur game?
Yeah, it is kind of fun, not gonna lie. Ow.
You're gonna stab people?
I'm gonna what? Sorry?
Stab people?
Well, yesterday we were running super small dinosaurs that just jump in packs. It was so fun. But yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do. We'll see. I need to go to SAL 2 and 5. And it's obstructed. Speaking of fucking obstruction, boys. I have some quite expensive shit I need to move from yesterday.
Oh, Yogi, before you get a ship like this in the hangar, though, you gotta put down the landing gear.
I was just going to say, is there an art to parking this thing?
Otherwise you're too tall. Same goal, you know, you don't raise the landing gear until you're out.
Yeah.
Gotta be pretty high.
I don't mind the design. Looks cool. Looks cool. Looks cool. I'm just looking at it, trying to, you know, second day opinion to get second day opinion on it. It's pretty sick. Yeah. I like it. I like it. I like it. Yeah. I feel you, Quartz. I buy 2 packs a day. Sometimes if I stay into the night, I can even buy 3rd. 1 pack is 7.5. You can calculate everything else yourself. It's very bad for my, not only for my health, but also for my financials. I just don't know how to just stop it. One of the things, like, it's, I never smoke more than a pack, like, of normal cigarettes, but with sticks I do more because I can so easily use them while streaming, right? 20 subs for nicotine-free stream? 2 weeks? You kidding me, bro? I'll take 20 subs for nicotine stream free stream 1 day, bro. Opt. What are you talking about? Just limited to 1 hour stream, true. $10 subs a day. I need to think about it.
Doctor away.
I just feel I'm gonna get like so extremely negative, chaotic, irritated. I will be like intolerable. I would hurt my finances more than I would gain from 10 subs. Like, people would just stop watching me. You would actually, the worst part, you would actually be the first one probably to feel the consequences of me not smoking. I would go off on you so hard. It's crazy. I am uncut.
Nice, made $1 million there. Easy, easy.
I think I will not be able to do it. I'll still like smoke off stream. That's the thing. I will not be honest. And I don't like lying to people. Yeah, you would need the help of my wife. It's not even a joke. Scared. I'll probably have to stream also without the camera. And you will have to trust me, I'm not smoking. I think there will be a period where I will not be able to be on camera if I stop smoking. Like, I would look like a absolute, like, junkie, like a drug addict. Like, you can see, like, in general, like, I'm always, like, you know, doing this, like, whatever, because, like, I don't know, it's a nervous system or something. The way I am. But when I have no nicotine, it gets worse. When people exhale and talk, it's obvious. It's not obvious with this. Like, I can do this and you will never tell that I'm exhaling, you see? Like, no. It's the way this works. It's not with the weight, right? Yeah, but mortars weights. It's not a weight. That's the whole thing.
Landing gear down. Landing complete.
Alright.
Engines off.
This could be a faster animation, not gonna lie. Twice faster. Twice faster the seat animation, twice faster. Oh right, it's a fucking block here, right? Yeah, it's annoying as fuck. Okay, we'll go
What are you
down.
talking about? It should be beam me up, Scotty. You just click and get teleported down.
Yeah, twice fast this elevator animation. It's too slow. No one needs this. And twice fast the seat animation. The elevator is just fine. It's perfect. No, someone is buying it out. Now that the server's recovered, everyone is trading up. Dementum is bought out. I don't know who trade this shit. It's useless. Unless there are bots that sit and just... Oh, they cannot even do that, because that's not how it works. Like, the system is broken. It doesn't let you accumulate stuff, right? Once you have something in your inventory, you cannot buy again.
Didn't they buff up the damage on the railgun? Or is that in the future patch?
Right. Am I missing the guy who is literally loading shit right now? Maybe just abandoned. A hotfix? I don't know. No, it's just I'm just memeing. Average, you missed 3 hours of looking through their apologetic video, bro. It was good. It was rage-inducing. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. The amount of self-praise was crazy. It's like the old shit, man. Nothing new. Weep. Ooh, missed it. Whoop.
You need a party mod, Drag?
Yes.
Oh, I asked it to Cutlet. I don't think we're friends.
No.
Have you figured out the cargo grid?
What do you mean?
The layout. Was it 3 or was it only 2 rows?
Two. It's two
It's
and
like equivalent to 2032s, isn't it?
yes, 2032s, yeah. Yeah, Quartz, I know that. When I'm playing the games that keep me busy, I can even forget, and I cannot smoke like for 2 hours, yeah.
Imagine getting knocked and so you stand in a hotel. Can't click the elevator button. Oh.
Landing complete. Engines off.
I'm not gonna switch to wait. I am pretty confident the vape shit is more dangerous to the lungs than what I'm using. Like, it's not quitting, it's substituting. Mm-hmm.
I about cat noise. I think
I did.
that's what
I invited.
Just roll it back. I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, I cannot buy that shit. Absolutely bought out. Okay, we'll take what we have and just... Useless fucking trade. I should just go somewhere the closest and sell it. I don't want to go anywhere far. Just to release the money from this cargo trap. Yeah, but I'm not doing like cigarettes or roll-ups. I'm doing ICAs, which is absolutely different thing, right? Fortunately, that's all I have. I have to apply to this shit the last game.
Want me to pre-journey?
Hmm?
Want me to pre-journey?
Sorry, you want me to what?
Do you want me to take the jump in advance?
Oh yeah, we can go. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I just didn't hear.
I'll jump in advance. Straight line.
Did I get in a different seat? I think I did. Yep.
Engines on. Launch complete. Shields off. Landing gear up.
Oh yeah, it's for someone, for a third party who is not actively smoking it. It smells like I farted, but I sit and fart in my little corner here. 2 square meters, you know, in the corner of the room. So the smell doesn't go far. That's the beauty of it. I'm gonna make myself a coffee, boys. Be right back. While on flight, it's a long flight. Enjoy the fancy visuals.
Quantum fuel. 75%.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with all this smoking, guys, not gonna lie. I don't know how to motivate myself. It's kinda like first of all, it's gonna have a huge financial impact if I actually stop. Like, actually stop. Not pretend to stop. Actually stop. Obviously, it's gonna have a health positive impact. I might actually make it to the release of Star Citizen, you know?
But you're gonna live for 200 more years?
Who knows?
Ooh, I have a swollen fly next to it, or the railing fly next to it. Get a scan on that.
Yeah, I could probably use the nicotine patches. That's gonna like... The problem is it's gonna cost the same amount of money. It's kind of crazy. They're crazy expensive.
If you really want to do it, though, Cutlet, I promise you, you can do it if you motivate yourself well enough. I smoked for 25 years, 20 cigarettes a day, real cigarettes. And the day my wife gave birth to my son, I stopped that day. I threw the packet that I had in my hand at the hospital and put it in the bin, and never smoked a cigarette since.
Yeah.
And that was 28 years ago.
It's easy, it's just a decision.
Yeah.
Oh, where did I put my weight?
I think I think a lot. I'm not trying to excuse myself. You're absolutely right. I just think a lot of things also, it does sound an excuse, so I'm gonna play Jared here, right? A lot of stuff also depends on the DNA and your nervous system.
Yeah.
How your brain reacts and your body reacts. You can quit cold turkey with discipline, man. Yeah, that's what some people say. What research says, after the amount of nicotine I consumed during my life, cold turkey is almost not an option.
Doesn't help that you also work in an environment where it allows you to smoke.
Yeah.
If you were working in an office or
don't stream and just beat up the pillow. Who will pay the bills? Get nuts. That's the thing. It's I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, I certainly know it's not easy.
You can jump to me, I'm at the gate. Opening.
You started your habit of playing this game old, and you still cannot quit it, Cadnut, man. What are we talking about? Kasama Outlet is just too cool to quit, right? Oh, you transition? Nice. Hopefully it's gonna work for me too.
Be jumping next one.
Yep.
Clear.
Scannel. I've been reacting on it for the past 3.5 hours. Yeah.
Active mining ship.
Thoughts? Nothing good to say, bro. If you want to really know my thoughts, you gotta rewatch the mod. I'm not gonna start this broken record again for the next 3 hours. It's bad. If we want one word or few words about all of this, it's bad.
Look at that, Yogi. Landing inside of a hangar.
Yeah.
It's like a whole new game.
Yeah. Partially that, Scannel. Partially there, only now, after $1 billion and over a decade of development, they are slowly starting to implement the practices we begged them to implement like 5 years ago. And they told us we don't understand shit, pretty much. Guess who was right in the end of the day? Ace of Aces. Hell yeah, brother. The best Sulan pilot out there. Lost the hose.
Oh no.
What? Is it because of the
Did you
elevator?
lose-
Yes. Oh my god, elevator tried to steal my hose.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
What is this? Weird. Oh.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
What is this ironclad here? Shouldn't be here. That's so
Your
weird.
vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
It is duping.
Alright, buddy.
Oh no. Ooh, just in time.
Clear of disembarking passengers.
I'm out of time, dude. You almost got to do something today.
Yeah. Good shit. Well, it took me quite a while to consume that content.
What content?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, look. I cannot sell shit here.
It's bad when they have to sit and trying to defend themselves.
Yeah.
You know it's bad.
Oh, now I'm gonna sit here. Oh, it did sell for 25k. Perfect. Look at that. The bug still works. Perfect.
Yeah, I did a max as well. Like it said I would get like a fifth of what I actually bought, but it gave me the money.
Yeah,
Plus,
it gives you the full thing. Yeah.
Thanks for the game, Yogi.
Thank you guys
you
for
very
the
much.
escort.
Yeah. No problem. See you tomorrow.
I just wanted to show a cool ship.
Capsule
Yeah.
now approaching station. Stand clear of disembarking passengers.
No worries. Thank you.
The capsule now approaching station momentarily. Stand clear of disembarking passengers.
Can I
Purpose and
just...
Terrace. EMP equipped heavy fighter.
Oh,
That's
shit.
pretty cool.
Can I just backspace? I think I can, right? Where will it put me?
Capsule now approaching station.
Like Cruel
Stand clear of
1?
disembarking passengers.
What did we learn today?
We're still working on it.
Huh?
Anyway, catch you tomorrow then.
Yeah, man. Laters. Appreciate it, man. I missed it. Where did it spawn me? And let me check. Was it Cruel 1 or Arkle 1? Nig's Gateway. That's kind of crazy. I'm surprised. Oh, right. We saved here because we were doing like piracy all this time, right? Alright.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Yeah.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has... Please visit us again.
Alright. Gonna go. I'm gonna go back to Arkle 1. I think I still have some cargo unattended at Arkle 1. I need to double check it because like my wallet shows me only 15 mil. It should be more. I'm pretty sure I have some laranite deposit at Arkle 1 I want to get rid of. You finally finished watching me react to SCL? Yeah, man. How do I like the ship get nuts? Is that the gaping butthole? Or that's the cargo one? No, I think that's the butthole ship, right? Yeah. Sniffing that as... Oh yeah, like... It's hard to like react. If I would have in if I would be streaming from an isolated room, I'll probably be more unhinged. We're gonna check this letter night. I honestly don't really have too much of an idea what to do. We can put up a snare somewhere. Sorry, I was reading up on something. I kind of spaced out there. My apologies, boys. There was a lot of action at Devlin's about 1 hour ago. I did a U-turn as I was solo and had drugs to sell. Was a US server? Yeah, probably they're just camping it for people like you. So that was a good decision to U-turn. Alright, let's check in. What do we have here? I believe I have some stuff here, like my wallet shouldn't be that low. This sound of engine sounds like a quiet music melody that was inverted, pitched, and played on a high speed. Oh, my bad. Oh, I forget the size of this guy. Holy. Let's check the trading console. Oh yeah. Well, almost full. We're lacking 200 SCUs, which is fine. We are going to wait until it loads. It's gonna be what it said, like 8 minutes. 8 minutes, right? And if in those 8 minutes we will have another tick, we will top it off. And then we will go, ladies and gentlemen. Get some money back. All right. Are there like cards for 4.9? I don't understand what 4.9 has to bring. They said mid-July or less features or pushed back, right? That's what they said. Where is that thing? Explorer? Roadmap? More hairstyles. Reco. Super heavy. Combat clothing. Is that what Tony looks for? Implemented lightly armored apparel designed to offer a more stylish look while remaining viable in combat situation. Tony, are you here? Brother, this is for you. This is for you. Look at that suit, man. Ninetales armor update. Instancing. Item recovery. Ship loadout improvements. Implement item recovery. Ship loadout. Improvements updating ship and item recovery to better support custom loadouts through the timed claims. Optional expedite fees, freight elevator item claims. Debuting a free recovery option when losses are detected as outside the player's control. Outside the player controls, like what if he's getting pirated? Gameplay, siege version, ordnance cargo holder. Yeah. I've seen those pictures. New Wicklow ship offering. Apocalypse Arms Vendetta heavy machine gun. That's probably goes with the super heavy, right? Yeah. And bullpup is gonna be in. That's nice. I'll probably run that a bunch. All right. Starware. Star audio. Realistic audio mode. Oh my god, so much cope in the... I'm just looking at the 1.0. GI. Star Sim, bro. Content instancing. Architect. Attack, dynamic weather. I mean, dynamic weather is technically in a tier 0, right? Maelstrom. Player space stations, crafting.
How's it going?
Base building, player-to-player trade. It's crazy though, like player-to-player trading is not in. Introducing permadeath and associated consequences to Star Citizen. Just remove that. So much theme park there. It's crazy. I don't know how we got there, boys, from what we were promised from before. Pull pop looks cool. Yeah, it does. Charlotte, maybe you can explain what is the instancing they're testing in EVO different from like no, private rock breaker was never instanced. It's just a different location no one gets access to, like, or a warp beacon to. This instancing is like hangar instancing, where you go for a dungeon and that dungeon is absolutely instanced for you. It's like a clone of a dungeon, so you're no longer the part of the bigger world. Like dungeon and World of Warcraft, you know, you just enter it and you are in your own instance. I said before, I just wanted a space game with some planets, absolutely, yeah. Laranite ticks are pretty decent for like medium cargo ships, not gonna lie. Cannot wait for more instancing in an MMO where I already barely see players. Absolutely, yep. Massively multiplayer. Single player online game. It's not gonna go down the Doom Pass. It's already there. What do you mean? It's already there. That's your gameplay, bro. You stay in one spot and stare at this fucking terminal.
I'm thinking about going on one of those Starliner cruises. I'm a little worried about being cooped up on a ship that long, but I hear the vistas.
They couldn't take the luxury, man. Too much luxury. They got overdosed and died.
Hi. Sometimes I think about throwing my Moby away. We're so connected all the time that we're almost disconnected, you know?
Bob's won long ago. Bob's won long ago. They're still gonna have a shit experience, but... Bro, how long I've been staring here? What is this shit? Oh, fuck it. I'll just sell it the way it is. I think it's loaded now. I think I waited long enough.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle, please.
do, 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 do. Any player bounties? One. Any all gangsters? Any Trojan real gangsters? We can play it. We can actually play it. PDL wants Raptor Gang. Chad, do you want to play me a little bit of Dino Isle? What do you say? Should I just off stream it? Yeah, let me just get rid of this shit. Oh. Almost missed this rock. Holy. Bro, couldn't see it. Wow. We will not get any hits. I'll set another hour or two for the hit kit nuts. I'm in such a shitty mood after that video, brother. Tomorrow I'm gonna start stream earlier and we're just gonna pirate
Catlito?
the entire day. Yeah, what up?
Can I talk to you? Can you mute Discord for like 10 seconds?
Yeah, you want me to mute myself too? Yeah, okay, give me a sec.
Yeah.
1 second. It's a little bit tedious for me to do, but I can do that. Say something. Oh, give me a second. No, I now I don't hear you. Say something now. I need to mute myself now. Yeah, okay. What up? It's muted. Yeah, it's muted. It's muted. What? You kidding or not? Wait, what the fuck? Are you in Discord? Yeah, I understand. I understand why I'm not muted, bro. No, you guys can hear me, but can you hear them? No, people are saying they cannot hear you, bro. Or they're just absolutely trolling. Yeah, I think it's like from the headphones. Okay. Yeah, I'll just mute my microphone so it doesn't bleed in. Okay, go for it, yeah. Yeah, it's because it's probably bleeding through the microphone. Okay, yeah, it's fine. Yeah. All good, all good. Yeah. Go for it, Jace. Yeah, it's right. If there's not gonna be like any big drama about it in comms, then what? If he understands he's on stream and all that shit, no worries. Yeah, dude. Yeah, bro. Like, what the fuck? Of course. Nah, bro. No, it's all good. It's all good, yeah. Yeah, bro. Fucking no worries. Of course. I'll unmute.
I love you. Love you so much.
Yeah, he was just telling me, guys, how he is in a strong love with me. All right.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Let's get some money back.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has placed physical...
Okay. Yeah, Jace, rile them up. Come on, we need more activity. We need like all these W's, infinite like XQC, spam and chat, you know, all the emotes. Go for it. Be my PR agent. And the W if yes, and there's like silence. This is insane, bro. Okay, we are going to Galleria. You see how hard it is, Jace, with a C crowd? Okay, boys, listen up. We are rich again. Hopefully 8,500. That's quite low. I expected more, not gonna lie. This is, oh my god, this is such a shit profit. Whatever, you know what? Yeah. I just want to get rid of this shit. Not gonna lie, I just want to get rid of this shit. We are... No bots to reply with W's. Yeah, we are 27 to almost 28 million. Yeah. Not too bad. Can respawn Corn's... Can respawn Corn's Idris 30 times. Boys, I am cooked with a C, my dudes. That was almost fun. That was almost fun. Let me think. Let this sink in. You know what? You know what? This is what I'm gonna do. No, I'm gonna call it. It's getting too late. It's almost midnight. I'm going to call it. The thing I am gonna leave running is the kick stream. And if anyone wants to like see me playing on not Star Citizen right now, I'm gonna be playing Dinos. I'm just gonna leave the kick streaming running, but I'm not gonna stream Dinos on Twitch. So guys, I appreciate you all, the Twitchers out here, YouTubers out here checking out. Link is kick.com space cutlet slash cutlet. I'm not space cutlet there, I'm cutlet. So I'm gonna be chilling there in a more relaxed way, and I will be back tomorrow with you boys on Star Citizen. Probably gonna do full day of piracy. We'll see what we can do. Yeah, if you wanna chill with me there while I play not my main game, feel free. I would really appreciate it if we start slowly spinning up the green. All right. Thank you so much for those who are not joining to me on Kick with the other game. Thank you so much for being here today. I will see you all tomorrow. Peace, and for those who will, I will see you with the dinos. Peace out, boys.